2018. I will remind members of the public to please silence your mobile devices. And when speaking before the commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Hillis. Here. Commission Vice President Melgar. Here. Commissioner Fong.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson. Here. Commissioner Koppel.
Here. Commissioner
Moore. And Commissioner Richards. Here. Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1. For case number 2017-015181 CUA at 412 Broadway is proposed for continuance to September 13th, 2018. Item 2, case number 2016-00906292 DRP at 505 Grandview Avenue. Discretionary review is also proposed for continuance to September 13th, 2018. Item 3, case number 2017-001225 DRP-02 at 701 Hampshire Street. Discretionary review is proposed for continuance to October 25th, 2018. I have no other items proposed for continuance, and I have no speaker cards.
All right, thank you, Jonas. Any public comment on the items being proposed for continuance?
Jennifer Fieber, I was the DR requester for both the Grandview and the 701 Hampshire one. I support continuing 505 Grandview. We're really close to reaching a deal with the architects. They've been great. We just need a little more time. And then on 701, I do not support the continuance. This was an ADU project. We had several tenants come who are going to lose their garages and be displaced. One tenant has taken a buyout. They're pressured to do so. The other one does not want to move, but she's under tremendous pressure to take the buyout. So I just would like you guys to just squash this project so that that's not on the table, because she's the lone wolf here. And it's not fair to her that the planning department is looking at plans and not really considering how tenants are faring in these plans. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Fieber. Any additional public comment?
Hi, my name is Christina Tran, and I'm here for 701 Hampshire Street. Contrary to what Ms. Fieber said, we are not pressuring the tenants. We actually took all of the buyouts off the table.
Ms. Tran, right now we're only taking public comment on the matter of the continuance, not the matter itself.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
But you can.
I have a prepared comment. If
it's about the continuance, sure.
Yes, so our project is under the Mandatory Seismic Retrofit Program, and we're proposing to add ADU units and other much-needed renovations to prolong the useful life of the building. Our attorney, Ms. Doppler, has been actively negotiating with tenant attorneys and tenant representatives. We are discussing how to make the work easiest on the tenants, the existing buildings tenants, and offering improvements to existing units, including providing washer dryers at no cost or increased rents.
Again, no, we're just trying to decide whether we should continue this item. If we don't continue it, I think this testimony is relevant. But if you can stick to why we should or should not continue this item, that would be helpful.
Okay, well, so these negotiations have taken longer than expected. We ask that you allow these negotiations to continue, and therefore are requesting a continuance to the next available date.
All right, thank you. Anyone else on the items being proposed for continuance? Seeing none, Commissioner Richards?
I move to, I don't support the continuance on Hampshire. I do support all the other ones. So I move to continue all of them but 701 Hampshire Street.
Second.
So we'd hear Hampshire, I mean, you want to hear Hampshire?
Yeah.
Today?
When?
I mean, is it possible we can, I'm fine. I don't know if staff's prepared to hear it, or it's been on the
Could we just
continuance
talk about it?
calendar. Or can we continue it to perhaps a date? I mean, I get that there's time pressures involved, and we'd like to keep the pressure on. Perhaps we can continue it to a date that's earlier than October 25th.
September
So that
6th
people
is
come
actually
ready.
Let's
your
do
next
that.
hearing.
September
and
6th.
September
Okay,
6th is
I
available.
rescind my motion and move to continue 701 Hampshire to September 6th.
Okay.
Second.
Very good, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to continue items 1 and 2 as proposed, and item 3 to September 6th, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar? And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you under your consent calendar. All matters listed hereunder constitute a consent calendar, are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission, and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 4, case number 2018-004528 C and D, at 711 Germania Street and 73 through 77 Webster Street Condominium Conversion Subdivision. And items 5A and B for case numbers 2018-000751 CUA and VAR at 1501 California Street, conditional use authorization. And the acting zoning administrator, or the zoning administrator, excuse me, will be considering the variance. I have
All
no
right.
speaker cards.
Any public comment on the items 4 or 5 on our consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Moore?
Move to approve items 4, 5A, 5B on consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to approve items 4 and 5A under your consent calendar, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar? And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
Close public hearing, inclined to grant the requested variance for item 5B.
Thank you. Commissioners, that'll place you under Commission matters for item 6, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Richards?
It's been a very busy week. Actually, so much happened this week, I think more than happened in the break that we were out, so I'm going to be very brief. We've been hearing about the Tuolumne River and the PUCs fighting the State Water Resources Board to curtail shipments of water to the Bay Area. And there was a point counterpoint Tuesday in the Chronicle. Cities demand destroying states, rivers, native fisheries. Yes, on the yes side. No, California plan would force rationing throughout the Bay Area. When I was reading the 807 Franklin, the negative deck in the EIR on page 120, they talked about water resources. And it talked about, will adding additional residents to this project create any issues with water? And the answer in that EIR was no, because we're supposed to have enough water in the future for these residents to come. I think through 2040 was what it was. But if you look at what's being said here under the no side, under the scenario, huge portions of the Bay Area would immediately face water rationing on the order of 20 to 30% beyond the conservation rates achieved during the recent drought. Since the Bay Area's Tuolumne River water users are already among the most frugal in California, residents used just 54 gallons per capita per day compared to the statewide average of 82 gallons. That's what Todd David had mentioned when I brought this up last time. Some communities would be forced to achieve water use rates unseen anywhere in the developed world. Then it went on and said San Francisco, as one of the cities, could all be forced to impose emergency moratoria on building everything from schools and parks to hospitals and housing. So I think this is kind of a looming issue, and I don't know what the sense of my other commissioners is, but maybe an informational from the SFPUC to come and tell us about what the water situation is and why we're going to have enough water in all these buildings. I think and understand the methodology might be something that we could be interested in. So I got a thumbs up from Commissioner Fong, a couple of head nods. So Commission President and Vice President, maybe we could schedule something. Second thing. I had lunch this week with a prominent member of the development community, and this person was talking about one of our recent decisions to have a house be put back the way it was, and the fact that that LLC could potentially go bankrupt. So the question I have is, understanding that we've asked for these things to happen in these partnerships, LLCs and things are kind of separate, like 214 states, 310 Montcalm. If a development entity were to go bankrupt and they couldn't do what we did, what actually happens? I mean, I think that's a good question. I'd like to follow up on these ones because these are, I think, significant steps we've taken to deter bad behavior when we really thought that there was fraudulent behavior. But I really am concerned about following up on these. You know, we kind of feel good after we make the decision and we kind of go on to the next one, but we never really understand what happens. So
We can look into that, certainly. I mean, the commission's decision would stand regardless of
who owned it.
the status of the property owner, and if they
Okay.
have bankrupted themselves or not, the commission's decision would stand. And if the commission's decision is not implemented, then we would have the ability to pursue enforcement on
Okay.
the ownership entity.
Perfect, perfect. I had lunch with the director this week, and I look forward to kind of the action items update once a quarter. We talked about that, and we actually had some really good dialogue around that. I always tell the department they're their own worst marketing enemy because they're doing so much stuff that we, the commission, sometimes the public don't realize. So I look forward to that. On that, you know, we had Ms. Clark's comments last week on the cost of community engagement. I know she maybe was being a bit cynical. However, you know, we're looking at the housing affordability study. This week we had condos stalled out as builders cash out, front page of the Chronicle. Today, construction firms facing worker gap. Even if they have the money, they don't have the workers. New York Times, how tariffs could make apartments more expensive. So there's this overwhelming amount of, hey, costs are going up and et cetera. So I had discussion with the director as well during our lunch. I really love to understand the time in the housing affordability study, the timelines and the costs, and what happens at the same time. So, you know, we're being led to believe community process takes a lot of time and money, and it happens kind of in isolation or sequence when maybe they're trying to get a permit for this or that, and all these things are happening concurrently. I really want to understand kind of how this all fits together. I think the takeaway in the article was if the investors don't achieve 6% return, stuff's not getting built. And you know, I'd love to see kind of what all those nickels and dimes add up to and why things aren't getting built as a part of the housing affordability study. And lastly, very briefly, I saw in the Chronicle this week as well, there's been a Central SOMA economic report put out by the city economist Ted Egan. It may have come out after we voted on the Central SOMA plan, but I look forward to having Mr. Egan come and tell us the impacts of the Central SOMA plan, and hopefully he can bring copies with him or send us it in advance so we could follow it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Melgar.
To piggyback on the Central SOMA plan and the study that was done by Ted Egan, we added some language in that what came out of this commission on good jobs. It's the first time that I've seen that happen. And you know, it occurs to me that, you know, every project that we get has, prevailing wages and stuff around local hiring, but I don't know what the cumulative impact is of that. I've never seen like an analysis or a report on how we're doing. I feel like the information that we get with every project is not consistent. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. So I would be really interested when we have Mr. Egan come to have someone from economic and workforce development, specifically the local hiring folks, come and tell us about Central SOMA specifically, like what we're thinking is going to happen given this language, and whether or not this is language that we need to incorporate in other areas that are being developed if it makes a difference. So I'm really interested in that. And then the other issue that I wanted to talk about and follow up with staff is about family housing. Remember family housing? Oh, right. We had, Sue Exline and Sheila Nicolopoulos and folks do some really great work. And I'm not sure where that is, but at the very least, I've heard that term used by a lot of folks, meaning different things. And I think before we can do anything, progressive, especially, in talking about developing higher density on the west side and stuff, I think we need a definition of what family housing is. And I think that it's going to take more than even just the planning department coming up. And it sounds like, we mean something, just 2 bedrooms, right? But it's not. It's actually all sorts of different things that we should be thoughtful about. And it could be the start of some good stuff, But so I would request respectfully that we, follow up on that conversation and perhaps, get it going, the sort of definition. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Moore.
Commissioners Melgar and Richards, I assuming that's a question you are asking regarding Central Soma, include the Central Soma version that we have not quite heard yet.
Correct.
Thank you, just for clarifying that. I have a question for Zoning Administrator Sanchez. I'm glad you're here today. In yesterday's paper, I read that Senator Wiener is introducing a statewide new version on how long bars can stay open till 4 a.m. in the morning. How does that affect you relative to specific neighborhood located bars, etc.? I'd be curious to see the impact on San Francisco.
So it's my understanding local land use controls would still apply, and the neighborhood commercial districts, most of them will have limits on hours of operation to either 10 p.m., 12 p.m., or 2 a.m. Probably where we would see most difference would be in the districts that don't have limits on hours of operation, such as the C3 zoning district, where there's generally no limits on hours. Right now, under the planning code, this would allow those bars to stay open beyond 2 a.m.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm raising the question because the paper was very generic about the answer, so I felt it was an ability to really let neighborhood people know that this will not immediately affect neighborhoods and protected hours that are already established. Thank you so much for clarifying.
Thanks. Commissioner Richards.
I appreciate you, Commissioner, for bringing that up. I did a double take. I did read the same article in the Chronicle, and Senator Bruiner was saying, this hours of operation is a land use category on the zoning tables, and the quote was, one size state mandates don't fit all localities. So it kind of made me scratch my head in light of some of the things that he was proposing recently. So anyways, I just wanted to mention that.
In also, Commissioner Melgar and I, in Director Ram, were at a mayor's announcement where Mayor Breed announced an effort to expedite the construction of ADUs. There's a fairly sizable backlog. I think we all agree, and we've seen they're an efficient way to add new units to the existing. I mean, they're generally in spaces that are unoccupied, and so it's a good way to add new units. But I think the city's process hasn't necessarily kind of caught up with how to do these. They're generally in ground floor levels with exiting issues. So Mayor Breed issued a directive to try to get these done in departments working together to get them done in a timely fashion, which is exciting to see. And I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I was going to mention that as well. The mayor did have a press conference today. We have been working with the fire department and the Department of Building Inspection to streamline our process. And I just want to first give a big shout out to Marcel Boudreau on the staff, who really worked hard to make all this happen, because we have come up with a much more streamlined solution to how these work. And we have set up actually on the 5th floor of DBI a desk solely for ADUs. There is a backlog of 900 units right now that we have in applications for. We've approved 377, I think was the number that was put out today. Interestingly enough, during the press conference, I learned that 2 residents came in and applied for ADU permits, just coincidentally, which was kind of interesting. But the goal is to have all departments finish their work within 4 months, to issue permits within 4 months, and to clear the backlog in 6 months. And Marcel feels very confident that with the new procedures that we can make that happen. So I'm really grateful to her for her work, and for the mayor for, I think part of the reason for the backlog is that we have way more applications than we ever imagined. We are getting applications at the rate of about 500 a year. So it's a very substantial program right now.
It'd be great if we can get a report, whatever you're going to eventually do for the mayor's office, to track kind of where we are with that backlog. Commissioner Moore.
I think this commission is very supportive and interested in ADUs. I hope that Ms. Boudreau sometimes could present to us of what the biggest hurdles are for her to look at certain units versus others. I read in the paper that in the interpretation of fire code, for example, is often a hindrance and comes past the fact. Those are kind of subtle issues that need to be considered. I'm very kind of tuned into the comment of Ms. Weaver this morning, a few minutes ago, that the impact on tenants is a very important issue that we need to be concerned about, because we cannot afford to gain 1 and lose 5. It's a subject that is not brought up very often, but I hope that Ms. Boudreau will also be able to inform us about that issue.
Commissioner Richards.
Last comment. I know when we did the budget, we had earmarked some funding or an FTE for the people or the tenants, and I look forward to, in the coming quarters, understanding kind of how that plays out.
You approved the budget that had an ADU position, and that is in the process of being hired. The other position that you had requested did not make the mayor's office budget, mayor's budget. So we are looking at other ways of making that work happen.
Great, thanks.
Seeing nothing further, Commissioners, we can move on to department matters. Item 7, Director's announcements.
That was my announcement. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thanks.
Item 8, review of events at the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals. There was no Historic Preservation Commission meeting yesterday.
The board resumes next week, so I'll have a report for you then. Thanks.
Thank you.
And the Board of Appeals did not meet last night or the week before. They're back in action on September 12th when they'll be hearing the rehearing for the removal of the Early Days statue from the Pioneer Monument.
Very good, Commissioners. That will place us under general public comment. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I have no speaker cards.
Ms. Shudish.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to talk about unit size. Last week I mentioned the Neutra House, which I think the staff is working with DBI on to make sure that's okay, the one on Woodland Avenue. And I said I was going to give you a copy of the layout, and I forgot to do that. So here it is for the record. It's 1,964 square feet, 3 bedrooms. Very livable, very beautiful. I showed it on the overhead last week, so I won't show it again. But what I want to show now is a unit that's pending in a multi-unit building, and it's a 3-bedroom. May I have the overhead, please? And it's 1,284 square feet, 3 bedrooms. There it is, right there. It's under review right now. And you can see, you can see there's the common stairway, but it's still 1,284 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. So that led me think about something I mentioned earlier, which I think is a demolition, but whatever. Here it is here, and what happened was it was 2 units legally, and one was moved downstairs behind the garage. So here's the plan that was first approved by the staff. You can see the wall between there and the garage, the unit. Then they asked for a revision so they could have a stairway from the garage above the unit and no entry into the unit, just coming from the garage to the upper 2 floors or 3 floors, because it's got a roof deck. Here's the detail of it. You can see the stairway goes up. It's a closet underneath for the little unit below. So the thing hit the market, and they were asking 4.6. They got 4.9. And here it is, and you can see what happened there. It's the entry to the garage, it's a stairway, there's an entry into the little unit, so it's a single-family home. This past Sunday, doing my favorite thing, reading the open homes, and so this little thing there, 6.4. So I went to the internet, and there it was, 2 doors, flats. Here it is now. They took the little service door and put a number on it. Here it is, as it is, with the one big double door. And here's the room down, the little unit down, wine fridge, that's classic. They always put a wine fridge, they don't put a real refrigerator. And here's the layout with the little unit. You can see the same thing, in from the garage, into the unit, upper stairs. The main room's called a media room. Thing is asking, I don't know, 6.9, 6.4. And there it is on the PIM, 2 units, move a unit downstairs, but it's being sold as a single-family home. I know you're doing the flat, you did the flat policy, but I just think it's something that we can't lose sight of, that we lose units this way around the city when we're trying to densify.
Can you provide that info to the zoning administrator?
I don't want to
Please.
snitch on anybody. I'm tired of snitching.
Georgia.
I'm tired of snitching on people.
Okay, Georgia.
But these were also,
It has to be done beforehand, not afterwards.
all right, thanks.
No.
Ms. Rum,
Oh,
I mean, just to
that's not
clarify,
true.
though, those with the flat policy would still have, I mean, they would be configured differently.
So the flat policy grandfathered a certain
Right.
subset of these, and so maybe these
We're
went through
seeing
before
that.
the flat policy. But however, that connection between the two units is a violation, and
Right.
so we would require the restoration of the wall there and the removal of the door, and also restoring any cooking facilities that were removed. I did get one of the addresses, 2942 Webster, but if any of the others can come our way, we
Ms. Rum.
will refer that to enforcement.
I mean, yeah, Ms. Yudish will send it. Ms. Rum.
Yes, thank you. Ozzie Rome with Noe Neighborhood Council and San Francisco Land Use Coalition. So two items that were brought up right now as part of the commissioner's comments, and thank you, Commissioner Richards, for bringing up those numerous articles that have been published about the cost of building that has put a damper on production of units and housing. So that begs the question, why haven't we slowed down the issuance of entitlement and the permits? So it seems to me that it's logical to go back and revisit the build it or lose it. If people are still coming here and they still get entitlement for the buildings that they're not producing, and they're actually using these entitlements to turn around, put it on the market, and make a hefty profit from buildings that have not been built, there needs to be something to put a stop on that. And secondly, the issue with the tenants, again, thank you for bringing this up, and the need for the planning department to be more vigilant. I believe that if we couldn't get someone at the planning department to actually look into the tenancy with respect to the ADU applications, it's about time for the city to consider rental registry. We are one of the very few cities in the state of California that doesn't have a rental registry. Cities that are by far more conservative than we are, such as San Diego, does have a rental registry. And it's not, a conservative versus liberal versus, Karl Marx progressive. This is just a simple thing to just keep track of who lives where and who's a tenant. And nothing to do with rent control, nothing to do with vacancy control, a simple fact. And we should try to do that. If we're trying to preserve tenants' occupancy, and if we want to stop displacement, I think this is the first step. So I appreciate if you all could support this, because we are working on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jerry Dratler, and I'm also with the San Francisco Land Use Coalition. I'd like to comment about 214 State Street and other LLCs going bankrupt when they are forced to rebuild what was illegally demolished. I'm a retired CPA, and I'd like to provide some perspective on that. The LLC structure limits personal liability. That's why they choose that structure. But it also encourages risk-taking. The LLCs take on as much debt as possible, so the return on their initial investment is as big as possible. The bigger point really is the LLCs were never designed to be sustainable businesses. They are single transaction businesses. So when someone complains that they're putting the LLC out of business, they took those risks, they put themselves out of business. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Ms. Clark.
Hi, Laura Clark, YIMBY Action. Welcome back to some commissioners who've been out of town. So a couple things. One, it was thrilling to be at the ADU announcement this morning. I think we've all been frustrated with projects that are permitted and then not built. We found where the problems were. We're creating more harmonization between the different departments. And this is actually moving forward thanks to a broad coalition of people who often bicker with one another, all advocating for getting the ADUs built as quickly as possible. It is not a done deal. We are still going to need to track this and make sure that they really are moving forward. Coordination between departments is really hard. Additionally, I think it's a good example of projects that are permitted and not getting built. Where is the problem? So instead of saying, let's throw them back and throw out the entitlements, let's figure out how we can actually get those permits built. We do have a pipeline that is drying up currently due to a confluence of factors, including increasing cost of construction and including our inclusionary. We have a lot of basket of costs. Which straw broke the camel's back is a question, and we can now research, figure it out, and do what we can to remove some of those straws, whether that means that some of the packages that were negotiated to get those entitlements built no longer pencil, whether that means we can figure out a way to reduce construction costs, maybe we can make some of them into modular housing projects to reduce the expenses there. I don't know, but you guys should find out because those permits took a long time for you all to figure out how you could agree on something that you could pass out of this commission. The last thing I want to point to is the Housing Accountability Act. The 2017 housing package is really coming into implementation. We had a major announcement that Corey spoke about, I think, last week about the Housing Accountability Act and how the state is really going to be enforcing it with renewed vigor. We passed a stronger version of it, and it's really exciting that we are going to be seeing projects a little bit nudged forward forcibly, and the state is going to be really paying a lot of attention to that. For us locally, that means that we cannot rely on some of the ways that we've used to protect some tenants in single-family homes previously. We really do need to get ahead of this issue and pass some kind of demolition control to protect tenants in single-family homes. I know that other people are drawing attention to this. That's great. This body has the ability to direct the planning department to figure out what the right law to protect tenants in single-family homes when there is a 4-unit project potentially that might be good to put there. How are we going to protect the tenant in those units? Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional general public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Richards?
I just want to comment to Georgia Shudish. Georgia, I appreciate you, and I'm sure we all do, bringing up all these issues, but if you don't report them and you can hear that there's a way to actually enforce this, it's to no end. So I hope that you would give the information to the zoning administrator. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore?
I think we all know that enforcement is complaint-based. I think that is the most important thing to know.
Commissioners, your regular calendar, item 9, case number 2018-008654 GPA for the downtown area plan amendment for 175 Golden Gate Avenue. This is the initiation of a general plan amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Audrey Beckus, Planning Department staff. Before you is the initiation of a general plan amendment to add 175 Golden Gate Avenue to map 1 of the downtown area plan. The initiation is proposed by the department in response to a separate ordinance introduced by Supervisor Kim, which proposes to rezone 175 Golden Gate Avenue from RC4 to C3G, which is the downtown commercial district. That ordinance will be heard on the September 27th Planning Commission hearing and also at the September 5th Historic Preservation Commission hearing. The purpose of the proposed rezoning is to allow 175 Golden Gate Avenue to be eligible to sell their transferable development right credits. The general plan amendment proposed for initiation today is to ensure that the supervisor's ordinance, which would amend the zoning map, is consistent with the general plan's downtown area plan. Please note that what is before you today is just to initiate the general plan amendment, so it does not constitute an action on the proposed map amendment or the general plan amendment itself. The department is recommending that the commission approve the resolution to initiate the general plan amendment for consideration on or after September 27th of this year. That is the conclusion of my presentation, but I'm available for questions. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioners? Commissioner Richards?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to initiate the general plan amendment, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Item 10, case number 2018-005411 CRV, the Residential Roof Decks Policy Informational Presentation.
Notice. Did you do it on the overhead, Mr. Winslow? Do you have it in paper?
All right, there we go. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, President Hillis and Commissioners. David Winslow, Staff Architect. I'm here today with Chris May and Luis Barata, our other staff, another staff architect, to discuss roof decks in our districts. Well, there's little question that roof decks provide a valuable outdoor amenity and augment open space in a dense urban environment. It must also be acknowledged that they can also present an intensity of use that can negatively impact the quality of lives of adjacent residents due to their openness and location. In recent years, the Planning Commission has seen an increasing number of requests for discretionary review of residential projects that involve roof decks and accompanying stair and elevator penthouses. And over the past year and a half or so, the Commission has made decisions on these cases with some pattern of consistency related to the impacts to neighbors in the form of location and size of the decks with respect to adjacent conditions and minimizing the means of accessing these decks. Despite projects that receive Commission review, roof decks with no additional building volume may get approval over the counter with little or no design review. To remedy this inconsistency, the Planning Commission directed staff to study and develop a roof deck policy in an effort to ensure a consistent and predictable approach to evaluating the appropriateness of roof decks, taking into consideration the following factors: the size of decks and the cumulative impacts of multiple decks, availability of usable open space at grade in rear yards, the pattern of roof decks in the surrounding area, and other quality of life impacts such as impacts to privacy and noise and from sight lines to adjacent neighboring windows, as well as shadowing of vertical appurtenances such as the penthouses that I mentioned before, to light wells and other side setbacks and rear yards, and also visual clutter. What's currently allowed by code is elevator penthouses and stairs may exceed the allowable height limit by 10 and 16 feet respectively. The planning code allows railings, parapets, and catwalks to exceed the height limit by 4 feet. Unenclosed seating areas limited to tables, chairs, and benches and related windscreens, lattices, and sunshades with a maximum height of 10 feet are also permitted. The planning code does not restrict the size or number of horizontal surface areas of roof decks. The residential design guidelines go a little bit further. There are 4 guidelines directly related to roof decks, and they are: sensitively locate and screen rooftop features so they do not dominate the appearance of a building, design stair and elevator penthouses so that they minimize their visibility from the street, and design parapets to be compatible with the overall building's proportions and other building elements. And finally, design windscreens to minimize the impacts of the building's designs to light and air of adjacent buildings. With these guidelines and the code, however, there seems to be some specific guidance regarding qualitative effects on privacy, light, and visibility from other vantage points that might seem lacking. I will now turn this over to Chris May to present some of our analysis and recommendations.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chris May of Planning Department staff. The department's recommended roof deck policy attempts to strike a balance between allowing for the reasonable provision of outdoor open space on the roofs of low-density residential buildings
which will improve the livability in a dense urban setting, while at the same time protecting the quality of life for adjacent neighbors. It also seeks to establish a more predictable and transparent set of standards and procedures to be applied by the planning department at all possible review stages, including over-the-counter building permit review at the Planning Information Center, during review by the Residential Design Advisory Team, and in preparation for discretionary review hearings. While San Francisco's unique topography and climate require a tailored approach to evaluating roof decks, planning staff researched roof deck design guidelines and performance standards in other jurisdictions across the country, including Los Angeles, Seattle, Santa Monica, San Jose, and Alameda, which provided helpful insights when developing these policies. We also reviewed best practices already being applied more informally during project reviews by the Residential Design Advisory Team, and were informed by standards applied in recent discretionary review approvals. Currently, building permit applications proposing roof decks on low-density residential buildings with no related expansion to the building envelope can be approved over the counter at the Planning Information Center. These projects do not require a pre-application meeting with neighbors, do not trigger review by the Residential Design Advisory Team, or Section 311 neighborhood notification. As such, there is no potential for the discretionary review of these projects. Projects proposing roof decks with other expansions to the building, including stair or elevator penthouses, are assigned to a planner for more detailed review. These projects require a pre-application meeting with neighbors and Section 311 neighborhood notification and are therefore subject to discretionary review. Often they are reviewed by the Residential Design Advisory Team on a case-by-case basis where the size and location of the proposed roof deck and stair penthouses is evaluated in a qualitative approach devoid of any numerical thresholds. The procedural differences between projects reviewed over the counter versus those that require a more thorough review by planning staff, including those that receive discretionary review by the Commission, underscores the potential for inconsistent outcomes and is the primary reason for the department's proposed roof deck policy. Planning staff are recommending establishing a series of thresholds with which to evaluate residential new construction and alteration projects proposing roof decks and stair penthouses in low-density zoning districts. Projects deemed to comply with these thresholds may continue to be approved over the counter if there are no other proposed expansions to the building. They would not require a pre-application meeting with neighbors, would not trigger review by the Residential Design Advisory Team, and would not require a Section 311 neighborhood notification, and therefore would not be, there would be no potential for discretionary review. Projects proposing roof decks within these thresholds that are routed to a planner for reasons unrelated to the deck, a rear expansion, for example, would potentially be subject to a limited review by the Residential Design Advisory Team, but that review would be focused on non-deck related issues. Those that do not comply with the thresholds will be reviewed by the Residential Design Advisory Team on a case-by-case basis and may be reduced in scope or deemed acceptable based on the surrounding context. In the event of a discretionary review hearing, a summary of compliance with the policy will be appended to a staff report. The department recommends that the discretionary review of projects with roof decks deemed to comply with this policy would be limited to non-deck related issues. The first of the recommended thresholds is a maximum roof deck area of 1/3 of the roof area. This is in most cases a sufficient size to accommodate enjoyment and connection to open space, but it's considerably less than a full floor. This diagram here shows a residential building on a typical San Francisco lot with a roof area of about 1,250 square feet. 1/3 of this area is equal to about 417 square feet. A larger building with a total roof area of about 1,500 square feet would yield a roof deck area around 500 square feet. This leaves the other 2/3 of the roof area to allow for a buffer to neighboring properties, as well as space for solar panels or green roofs, which are required for all new residential construction pursuant to the Better Roofs Ordinance. The department also recommends that this threshold be applied cumulatively when roof decks are proposed over different portions of the building. The second recommended threshold is a minimum 5-foot setback of deck guardrails from all building edges except for the rear building wall. Setbacks of 5 feet are recommended from shared lot lines and from the edges of light wells. This setback creates a buffer between roof decks and adjacent properties, while at the same time maintaining a reasonable area for usable open space. And this diagram shows the roof area with the 5-foot setbacks that also meets the 1/3 roof area requirement. The department also recommends creating a hierarchy of preferred means of access, prioritizing less obtrusive features such as roof hatches and internalized staircases while allowing for stair penthouses in circumstances where they have minimal impacts on access to light and air as well as visual clutter. Planning staff is recommending that in order to be considered compliant with the proposed roof deck policy, roof decks should be accessed by internalized staircases or roof hatches, which are permitted by the building code for 1 and 2 unit buildings. Roof access within the recommended 5-foot setback area should be provided by a roof hatch or internalized staircase. The building code allows roof access via an open staircase for buildings with 3 or more dwelling units. However, in instances where more than one means of egress is required by the building code, planning staff is recommending that only one of them be via a minimally sized stair penthouse in order to be considered compliant with the proposed roof deck policy. In order to be considered minimized, planning staff recommends a sloped roof providing an internal vertical clearance and landing no larger than the minimum required by a building code, also to be set back 5 feet from shared lot lines and the edges of light wells. In order to summarize the department's ongoing development of this roof deck policy and to solicit feedback, planning staff sent an email bulletin to all subscribers of the city's registered neighborhood groups and created a website to provide detailed information about the policy and advised when planning staff would present the results to the commission in this informational presentation. As a result, planning staff has received a significant amount of feedback, much of which was generally positive and underscored an appetite for clear guidelines and procedures for reviewing roof decks. Not surprisingly, the department has also received quite a bit of negative feedback, although commentary has ranged dramatically from the proposed policy being too stringent to not stringent enough. The department is keen to hear the feedback at today's hearing, both from members of the public and from yourselves. Pending further direction from the commission following today's hearing, planning staff recommends conducting additional public outreach to refine the proposed thresholds and to develop a tool to implement the policy. This could take the form of a simplified checklist available to the public and used by planning staff at the planning information counter during RDAT review and in preparation for discretionary review hearings. Once finalized, planning would prepare a draft resolution to be formally adopted by the commission and recommend that these performance standards be incorporated as an appendix to the residential design guidelines. This concludes our presentation, and we are available for any further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll take public comment on this item next. So if you'd like to speak on this item, I don't think we have any speaker cards, right, Jonas?
We do not. Oh, excuse me, we do.
Oh. Well, go ahead, Georgia, it's fine. Rose Hilson, Arthur Luthra, Maurice Franco, Ross Levy. And if anybody else would like to speak, please line up on the screen side of the room. Go ahead, Georgia.
Hi, good afternoon again. I sent an email to Mr. Winslow and Mr. May. Thank you both, and there's a copy of it for the record. I just want my take on these roof decks is that it's to increase the value when you sell it, and that adds to the cost of housing. I think that the overarching thing should be that if there's enough open space to meet the open space requirement in the yard, in the rear yard, or on lower decks, which I think should not be categorized as roof decks, even though they may be on the roof of a setback of a house. They're a deck off of a living space. A roof deck is a unique thing. I first became tuned in to roof decks. Mr. Ione, you didn't start my clock.
All right.
Here's the overhead, please. This is down the street from me, And originally they were going to put 500 square foot fourth floor up there, and the neighbors fought it. And we came here, and so the compromise, this was 4 years ago, actually, 4 years in July, and I was sitting in the back, and I nearly had a conniption when a commissioner said, well, gee, there'd be a really great view from up there, so we ought to allow a roof deck. And I thought, gee, well, no one's entitled to a view. That says that in the RDGs. And I thought, well, why are they getting a view for a roof deck? And that's the point of these roof decks, is to give people a view. When you go to these open homes, and it's a beautiful day, and you get up there, and real estate agents have told me anywhere from $50 to $75 to $80 to $90 to $150,000 added to the sales price. So I think if the starting point should be, if you can meet the open space requirement with a property, with the rear yard, or with the other decks off of living space, then that should be it, and other than that, they shouldn't be approved. And I think the stair pin houses, if you do have a roof deck, are terrible. And I think roof decks are great on multi-unit buildings for people to have open space. And I wish they put clotheslines up there so people could dry their laundry and save electricity. Thank you. That's basically it. I think I covered everything. And thank you for doing this, because I think it's very important. Just like my point before, and I'll take my 30 seconds left, was not to raise the complaint about those two buildings, but was to focus on the size of units. You can get 3 bedrooms in 1,300 square feet. You've done it in multi-unit buildings where they also have roof decks. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So generally speaking, I think streamlining the process for consistency is a great idea. I think the biggest common complaint about roof decks, as shown by the first picture in the slide, are the big parties, which usually occur when there are appliances and hot tubs and whatnot. And I don't think that was mentioned, but that's one of the things in the code proposal to get rid of those appliances and hot tubs. That makes sense to me for neighbor privacy and lowering the noise. That to me is the best way to lower the noise. But I think the 1/3 rule is where my issue is, because I think it discriminates against small houses. Both of the examples given were 1,250 square feet, 1,500 square feet floor plans. Imagine a 25 by 50 floor plan with the setbacks. It still would only be a 400 square foot roof deck, smaller than the examples given. But with the 1/3 rule, it would only be 250 square feet. Now imagine there's a walkway on the roof to get to the main space. The main space could be only 180 square feet, tiny. It discriminates against smaller houses. So I think there should be some sort of balance here. For example, if there's a 1/2 rule with a maximum size of 600 or 700, then you don't have these gigantic 1,200 square foot roof decks. That seems to be the main problem cited here. So I think we should set a policy that, doesn't again discriminate against smaller floor plans, because I'm in favor of having the setbacks. Let's have those, but don't discriminate against smaller floor plans. Secondly, I think the roof is the roof. As the speaker before said, if someone has a patio on that second floor, that's not a roof. And so again, I think that the cumulative effect makes sense, because with multiple egresses, you can actually have, I've seen roof decks where there's literally stairs on both sides and there's almost 2 roof decks on the roof they didn't build in the center. That's on the same roof. Add those up, that's cumulative. A roof is a roof. But to punish a home that already has a patio and calling that a roof when it's not on the roof, to me doesn't make sense. So those are my 2 main issues: the 1/3 rule as a blanket rule against smaller buildings, and the roof should be the roof, not the second or first floor of the house. But I am in support. I understand the need for a setback for neighbor privacy. I understand the need for getting rid of hot tubs and things that allow for parties and therefore lots of noise. I understand that. And so I'm neutral on that card for that reason. But again, I just want a way for owners of smaller houses to be able to build something reasonable size and not only reward those with big lots. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, please. Ms. Hilson.
I have 27 seconds on the clock, sir. Thank you very much. Commission President Hillis and members of the commission. Earlier, I submitted, as Coalition for San Francisco Land Use Chair, a letter, 15 copies. It should be in your packet. I'm going to summarize that letter right now so that you don't have to go through and look at it again. The decks are to be open to the sky versus having appurtenances and features that prevent emphasizing the nature of open space. This was in regards to the roof decks that as a principal idea of augmenting open space. Design features should be as the primary means to mitigate sightline noise, light intrusions. Use of living materials are as ancillary to the architectural and design materials. Often the living materials die off or are seasonal. This is part of the quality of life. Implement state law requirements to support alternative power sources for existing and new buildings. Prioritize with less obtrusive means and have roof hatches and internal stairwells. As a last resort, have stair or elevator penthouse, maximum of 1, minimally sized, not visible from the street or adjacent properties. The penthouses should be having minimal impacts on neighbors, light access, air, and visual clutter. Occupants farther away than only adjacent residents are affected because the roof decks are located up high and affect those beyond next-door neighbors. Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods requests a checklist or the matrix that will be used for review to determine compliance regarding the issues in our letter. I think that was part of the implementation. Notifications to occupants having a line of sight to the deck that could intrude upon the occupant's privacy should be given. 10-day notice is insufficient with over-the-counter roof deck permits. That's on the notification. This one, I understand, doesn't have the mandatory pre-app meeting. Thank you very much, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. I submit the summary for 150 words or less under Sunshine 6716 and a copy of the full letter for whoever wants to look at it again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Teresa Flandrick. And there's many sites. Okay. Yes, as Georgia had said, traditionally, laundry was actually hung out on the rooftops, at least in North Beach. I actually had to try to convince my 88-year-old landlord to please stop climbing up to the roof to hang her laundry out, that I would do that. And then hopefully there'd be another generation behind me that would do that for me. The other thing is with roof decks, traditionally, as in the last 10 years, since Airbnb had started, my first clue that I needed to check to see if that was an Airbnb site was a rooftop deck, and that they were growing, especially in North Beach, and indeed the SantaCon parties were out there. A fire on one rooftop where they were all 100-year-old buildings in this alley. So that has always been my concern, is what is the real intent in adding a roof deck? If it's for an individual, certainly privacy would also be important to them and for the surrounding neighbors as a single-family dwelling and wanting a small rooftop deck. I get that. Again, the major concern for me is notification. I want you to think about what is the purpose of neighborhood notification, the real purpose. Why was that started, and why would we end that? And if it's just about saving paperwork, democracy is messy, right? And so I just want to make sure that neighbors have a right to weigh in on things that will affect their quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Maurice Franco from the Marina District, District 2, board member of the Marina Community Association. I would like to thank the Planning Commission for requesting a new policy for residential roof decks. These decks have existed throughout the city but have traditionally been small and unobtrusive. Since San Francisco is cold and foggy, they only get used maybe 4 to 6 weeks per year. In the last 7 years, however, we have noticed a proliferation of roof decks, increasing not only in numbers, but also in size and impact. Some decks are so large that they're visible from the street and neighboring windows, interfering with open spaces, light, air, and privacy. The planning department has been ineffective in controlling this cancerous growth. The executive summary presented today is a little bit different than the draft that planning circulated on July 17, which was, after extensive review, a little bit more comprehensive. So we implored that the Commission consider 3 areas that need to be incorporated into the policy. First, reincorporated the following paragraphs into the policy: the one pertaining greening, the one pertaining appliances, the one pertaining lighting, and the one pertaining screening. Second, reincorporate the setback of 5 feet to the rear wall of the building. And lastly, the emphasis on reducing penthouse staircases needs to be more drastic. This single design element is the one that has the most disruptive effect on the overall roofline of a particular street. Remember that this element is big, not transparent, and usually sticks up 10 to 14 feet above the roofline. External staircases or hatches should be the only allowed sources of access. This may require revising the building code, which is not keeping up with changing San Francisco urban landscape. Thank you for your attention. I have 10 copies of my comments for the commissioners and a 150-word summary. They can be sunshined. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Ross Levy. I am an architect. I'm a member of the AIA. I am the chairman of the Public Policy and Advocacy Committee of the AIA. And I'm here today speaking on my own behalf and that of some of my colleagues in regards to planning's effort to make a more consistent and transparent code, which we absolutely applaud and we want to support. And we would like to participate somewhat more actively in this. This has taken us a little bit by surprise, so we would like to be involved, is my first request. My second concern is that guidelines have a way of becoming de facto code requirements rather than guidelines. And we're concerned about this overall, and we wanted to speak about guidelines in general and their relationship to the code, particularly in regards to permit streamlining and particularly in regards to reducing the number of DRs that this body has to review. And we are somewhat concerned that in an attempt to clarify things, we may be muddying the waters and creating more work for ourselves, not less. I think the 5-foot setback is a good example of that when you contemplate that in conjunction with the 12-foot pop-out that is commonly allowed in a residential district. That 12-foot pop-out as a 2-story object is usually 12 feet by 15 feet. Applying a 5-foot setback to that on either side produces a 5-foot wide by 12-foot long deck. Clearly not the intention of the authors of this guideline. So we are here simply to ask for more consistent code, more inclusion in our voice in the creation of this code, and more general streamlining so that we don't layer guideline on top of guideline on top of guideline, which tends to create more confusion, more discretion, and more, discord. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chris Bigelow, and I appreciate the onset of this set of discussions to address quality of life issues resulting from roof deck proliferation. Comment about the size, calculation of cumulative deck area. I don't know that there's a significant difference between a deck on the roof of an upper story of a building and a deck on the roof of a lower story building with respect to the potential for intrusion, noise, light, etc., on neighboring properties. What about balconies? Why is a roof deck different from a balcony or a lower story roof deck with respect to the potential for intrusive activity? Also, a note about railings and screening. Could I have the overhead, please? here's a glass enclosed rooftop deck. Seemingly innocuous.
Mr. Bigelow, can you speak into the mic there?
Microphone,
Yep,
yes, of
thank
course,
you.
microphone. From another view, here's some rooftop greening between the edge of the building and the guardrail, which looks to be, could be 6, 7 feet tall. Is that something that is anticipated as being a positive feature of roof decks? What does this do to sight lines back and forth between adjacent buildings? Lastly, might there be some value to limiting the opportunities for glazed roof deck balconies, which become highly reflective surfaces during nighttime? Here's an example of an open wire balcony which solves that problem pretty well. Also, this business of over-the-counter for roof decks opens the door for a serial permitting where the initial permit application has no roof deck. Maybe it requires neighborhood notification that does offer the potential for DRs by neighbors if deemed necessary. So what's to prevent a project sponsor to do project A without a roof deck, go through the full notification process, and subsequently do an over-the-counter permit, which does not require that same notification? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mitch LaPlante. I'm here as a property owner, but also I'll say I'm a retired professor. So I'd like to see a little bit more data on this issue that might help inform decision making. Obviously, the number of approvals for roof decks has been increasing. So if the number of DRs has doubled, yet the number of approvals for roof decks has doubled, there's no change in the rate here. So that's something you should look at. It may be that because there's more roof decks, you need to approach things with a different set of administrative rules, but it would be nice to see some data about what actually is behind, if anything that you can find, the increase in DRs, and what variables are related to that. Is it because of size? Is it because of light pollution, noise, and so forth? So I encourage you to look at this more closely. The other reason I'm here is because in my retirement, I want to build a roof deck on my house. So I have a 500 square foot flat sloping roof, which is perfect for a roof deck, and I've been waiting years to actually build one. And so when I saw this change that was being proposed, particularly on the 1/3 of cumulative roof area, I got concerned, because if I don't get my approval before the changes take place, then I'm going to be stuck with a very small deck. Instead of 500 square feet, it's going to be about 180 square feet. And there's a technical reason for this, because my house is on a hill, has a dormered roof in the front, flat roof in the back, and I was told by planning staff that I can't add the dormered roof area to the flat roof area in the back, and that's why it goes from 550 square feet to about 180. So I think this is a kind of, the 1/3 rule is really onerous, I think. You're going from no restrictions on size to something that is a very restrictive policy on size. So I think that's the most important thing that concerns me. But I also think that you are well within your rights to try to calm what's going on with the building of roof decks and these steps to make them not so blowout in terms of noise and other things is important as well.
Thank
But
you very much.
look at the data, please.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Patricia Heldman, and I live in Noe Valley. And I'd like to make some general, non-specific comments, both as a native San Franciscan and as a child psychiatrist who spent all of my professional career dealing with families and children and their needs. Number one, to be honest, I think we have to be honest with ourselves. The number one reason for roof decks is so that developers and flippers can make more money. It's a glitzy, sexy item, and it further puts housing out of the price of more people and middle-class folks. Number two, there's a requirement for open space. However, I cannot imagine children playing on one of these decks. Are you going to have play structures up there? Let's have more outdoor, hands-on yards. This is an area for adult entertainment, not for children. We need to be focused more on the needs of family and children. Number three, if you put this in a residential area, it's not only the light pollution, it's the noise pollution. Can you imagine some working people coming home from work tired and noise going on 11, 12 o'clock at night? What's even more important to me is you have a child and you want them to get schooling and to do homework. How are they going to be able to do their homework with all the noise and the light pollution from these structures? So I know these are not specific comments, but they're general comments on the quality of life and what we want in our future as San Franciscans. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rum.
Good afternoon, Ozzie Rome with Noe Neighborhood Council and San Francisco Land Use Coalition. I just want to continue the same comments made by Ms. Heldman, that these roof decks, particularly when you have so much expansion. Nowadays, we have 4,000, 5,000 square foot buildings in areas where the norm is 1,500, 1,600 square feet. So can you imagine how much of a noise nuisance these structures are going to be? Now, one thing is, I think this set of guidelines that were introduced today was a great step in the right direction, but I just want to add that we do need to have better guidelines on the rear yards. It's the rear yard that is going to be impacted, and we do need to have more than 5 feet, and we do need to have better protection for the people that live in the rear, because there are places where both neighbors want to expand. And what are you going to do? You're going to put a roof deck on top of this expansion. There's going to be noise pollution, light pollution, so we need to be sensitive to that. And I do understand that, of course, as was mentioned by the department staff, that there's going to be a lot of pushback, and we saw some pushback from the AIA community. Just wanted to add, Mr. Levy, who mentioned his concerns, I just happen to know that he is proposing 2 projects in Corona Heights, which happens to be under permanent zoning control of no more than 3,000 square feet. And his projects are 4,200 and close to 5,000 square feet. So can you imagine, putting another roof deck on top of it? I'm not claiming that he is proposing a roof deck, but these are the extent of the projects that the architects and AIA community are actually building or hoping to build in this city. So obviously, it is logical for them to oppose any kind of a guidelines. I just would like for the department to consider better restrictions on the expansion of roof decks in the rear yard. We do have, restrictions in terms of expanding the building into the required setback. We should probably have the similar things. And certainly, I think in the case of pop-out, we should probably prohibit any kind of roof deck on the pop-outs. Pop-outs are are an addition to an addition. If people can expand up to 55% of the lot and then put a pop-out on top of it, we cannot allow a roof deck on a pop-out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Mr. Boskovich.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Pat Puskovich. In my 39 years of practicing, I've seen a number of special features on these super homes, from media rooms becoming theaters, swimming pools, not kidding, basketball courts, elevators, all to squeeze more profit out of the building. They haven't been negative to the neighborhood, but they've jacked up the price. We now see two new things, the roof deck and the sunken room. Sunken room is undermining the neighbors. The roof deck, if they're not properly vetted and reviewed, they're going to have really negative impact on the neighbors and the neighborhood in general. This is not open space we're talking about. This is a private enclosure that separates this building from everyone else. And I know the Planning Commission is enacting some rules in terms of the size, but I think there needs to be a fundamental requirement that you need to be able to, if you're going to allow this, you need to have reciprocal privacy. You're not looking into somebody and they're not seeing you. If you can design it, if you can do a setback so that you're not on the edge, and on the edge of the building you put a separate parapet so you're creating a view blockage so the neighbors can't see you and you can't see them, that might be a project that might make sense. But if you can't design that privacy so that you're not hearing people, you're not seeing people, you're not hearing or having the light pollution. Fundamentally, some buildings won't work if they can't be properly designed. And there needs to be a requirement to protect the neighbors and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Gordon. My husband and I own our home, and we ask that the roof deck policy be applicable to roof decks of all kinds, whether that's on an existing home or on the back garage behind a home, or we would even say on a portion of a new top floor of an existing or new home. A roof deck is a roof deck is a roof deck. We also think that enough is enough. We believe that the policy should take into account in some concrete and quantifiable way the extent to which a home has already overbuilt on its lot so that the pattern of overbuilding is not continued. We also believe that there should be a concrete and quantifiable way so that the already available and proposed usable open space, whether that's private, shared, or whatever, including roof decks, all be considered. That's particularly important when the proposed roof decks or the legalization of an already existing and illegal roof deck adversely impacts the privacy and quality of life of the immediate neighbors. I think some consideration should also be given when thinking about that 5-foot setback of making efforts to have exiting of people using the deck, not just on landings, but perhaps on the deck itself, being as far out as possible from any shared property lines. I think there are clever things that can be done in terms of hinges on hatches to, again, get the traffic away from a shared property line and be respectful of the neighbors. San Francisco's do not need or want to be lorded up on from high. Actually, no one does. Neighbors deserve and want respect, and that means privacy and quiet enjoyment, especially when it comes to them in the very interior of their homes, which are lots of issues, or big issues unto themselves, and then when they're enjoying their own space. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Antonio. I've been in I've spent during some more intense earthquakes of the last few years. I've been in a area in a building that had a one of these sorts of roof decks, and the building surprisingly held up very differently from other dwellings under that sort of impact, I suppose you can say. There are a number of health benefits to having things like that. The ventilation tends to be better in buildings with roof decks. People don't often talk about that. And people generally have there's where there's better ventilation, there's often a better state of mind and a lot more peace. And who says children can't benefit from that? I just wanted that to be taken into consideration when people consider this. That's about it. Yeah, it's something to remember. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Peter Temple. Can I have the overhead?
Sure, just put that on there.
Of some decks that are being proposed next to my home. You will see that there are decks on all 3 levels and an incredible invasion of privacy looking back into both my house, which is on the left, and the house to the right, which has built a reasonable set of decks. This is currently under review by the Planning Department, and to me, it's a huge invasion of privacy, and you can see from the shadow study here that it is also a huge impact on the light and shadow. I certainly hope that something this excessive would not be something that the Planning Department or Planning Commission would approve of. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and open it up to commissioner comments and questions. Commissioner Moore.
I'm glad we jumped into this. I'm really happy how far the department has taken it. And I think the robustness of comments and feedback is really valuable to broaden the discussion points and find further areas of common ground and find further areas of further investigation. I think ultimately, whenever you try to develop general policy, the devil is in the details. I am very attuned to the comment, if you have a very small house and you want to add a roof deck, the roof deck would be very small given the 1/3 rule here. So there are breaking points on the upper end and on the lower end where I think particular attention needs to be spent to the house type, its location, including how it affects others. I think the most profound comment is actually what Mr. Boskovich said about reciprocal privacy. I think the issue for me is not just reciprocal privacy, it's reciprocal livability, and it's reciprocal access to openness and air. In a city which is basically built primarily on property line build-out, property line to property line build-out, I think roof decks are an anomaly when you look at everybody trying to only have reciprocal privacy with people to either side of them. This is where I think the comments by the gentleman from the Marina neighborhood really ring true with me, in an area where you together depend on openness with nobody having roof deck, and it's not just about views, but it's a feeling of openness. And as individual roof decks start to crowd that, it goes beyond the reciprocal privacy that Mr. Boskovich is mentioning. It is basically almost like a quality of life statement that affects an entire district. For example, at night in flat topography of the city, as well as in hillside, when one neighbor is on their roof deck beyond 10 o'clock, and particular to the rear of buildings, it is very quiet, one roof deck and 6 or 8 people hollowing on the roof deck can destroy 4 or 5 blocks around them with noise and light intrusion. And since it's almost impossible to call the police each time, because by the time they arrive, a few hours later, it's already all gone, we need to take this issue much, much further. I do not have any particular remedies of how to address this, but the broadening of subject matter today, I think, is the most important thing we have, and I'm really glad that everybody came and weighed in to the extent that they did. What rang also very true with me is the attention to the use of the rear yard. Buildings with extensive rear yards still request building roof decks, either for real estate speculation or for other things than we know. We had quite a few projects in front of us where we had extensive rear yard, except people were still asking for roof decks of significant size. And I think we need to start to balance of how we deal with the use and usefulness of rear yards, protect them as much as we can, and balance that with the idea of how much roof deck you can have. I think is a very important comment, and I commend this also as an extension to our discussion on family housing and children in the city.
Thank you. Commissioner Koppel?
Yeah, great report, staff. If we're to continue with our mantra of densification and increasing the number of dwelling units in the city, I think we're going to have to take a very close look at roof decks, because if we're creating more flats out of larger buildings, we're going to need that roof space for open space. I'm really glad to see that you did include the better roofs language in there. I was a big supporter of now Senator Wiener's trying to utilize the rooftops that every building does have, and looking at the fact that we may be looking at water shortages. We can't create more water, but we can create more electricity via photovoltaic solar panels on roofs. I'm wondering how much outreach we've done to either the supervisors and especially the Board of Appeals. Hopefully they're going to be, along the same lines with us, as opposed to us, creating some guidelines and policy and then having our decisions overturned. I recommend that we do reach out to the Board of Appeals so they're, kind of not overturning all of our decisions here. But really good that we're addressing the issue initially. I don't find the privacy to be as much of an issue for me, myself. I would, off the top of my head, be a lot more supportive of a larger setback in the front of the building, so the roof decks aren't as visually obtrusive, but I'm still open to looking at the other setbacks and the maximum percentages as we continue the conversation.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards?
So first thing, some of my neighbors stopped me and said, why are you guys spending your time on this? And I said, actually to save time and to increase productivity, because we spend an awful lot of time on DRs, and I know staff spends time working with project sponsors and neighbors. I think this, in the end, this is actually going to help us redeploy time to actually, hopefully, unclog the pipeline of whatever it is that's preventing housing. So I actually applaud the director and staff for tackling this. I mean, how many years do we have to go through multiple DRs over the same thing? I don't know who was on the commission with me, but 2070 Lion Street, our roof deck, we spent 3 hours and 42 minutes on. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. Also, it provides project sponsors clarity and certainty. It's a crapshoot. If you want a big roof deck and your neighbors aren't paying attention, you can sneak it in. If you have a little roof deck and you have neighbors that are paying attention and feel that they're affected for whatever reason they do, they file a DR, and it's really not fair. So I really think that certainty, clarity, and fairness is really coming out of this. Let's see. I also think I agree with some of the speakers. And I'll take this to a personal level. I don't have a roof deck on my house. I could, because I have a large footprint house. Some of my fellow commissioners have been over. I have a small deck off my kitchen, and it has a bench, a table, a chase lounge, and a chair. And I use my backyard. I have a table in my backyard with 8 chairs, and I have 4 chairs around a little fire dish, you know. So, I mean, backyards are really where your open space is. I don't think anybody, unless you don't have a backyard, should be saying my roof deck is my open space. A roof deck to me is an amenity, and it's an accessory. It's not it's not supposed to be an additional floor. I mean, and that's what I think that this is what it's turning into. It's really to facilitate large living and large profits. And I agree with the speakers that have said that really roof decks have become the new sexy thing. They actually have. I mean, you look at Georgia Schudish's stuff that she puts up, and pretty much every building has a big roof deck. I also think roof decks add to the unaffordability of housing, not only because they give you the sizzle and the sexy factor, so people will pay these exorbitant prices, but also if you have full floor roof decks that require a means of egress, you're also using additional interior living space to get out of the building in that second way. I think that actually increases costs. So I think we need to look at it from that point of view as well. We did get some comments. I've got some verbal, and we had a couple of emails on this policy increases the cost of housing. I thought to myself, it's a pretty provocative statement. I don't understand where this policy increases the cost of housing. I really don't. Most roof decks that we've DR'd have been on existing buildings. So it's not like we're preventing a house from being built. We're preventing either a room from being added on with the roof deck attached to it, or just the roof deck itself. So, we have roof decks with no expansion of existing envelope or frequent, and it's not like there are people displaced because we're taking more time to do this. So I think, that whole argument around this is increasing the cost of housing is crazy. I think it's actually the opposite, because it does provide that certainty. And on the continuum of the let's prohibit everything crowd to the no rules crowd, this is something that really, I think, fits in the middle. Here's what we allow you to do based on policy. If you want to take a step further than that, there's additional level of review. And I'd like to see something beyond where we have a project sponsor that says, I really don't care. I'm going to push it to the max. I want to do a full floor. We need to have some type of a staff-initiated DR when it gets to be absurd. One other thing, and I think there needs to be a neighbor notification when there's a certain threshold exceeded. So if it's within the guidelines, forget it, right? Because nobody's affected. I think very little people are affected. And I don't have a big a deal with the setback in the back, because the owner is really basically looking over their own backyard. I know there's diagonals and that, but generally when we see these things, you've got 35, 45, 50 feet in your backyard, hopefully, and your neighbor's got the same. So the backyard 5 feet, I don't think really is going to make a huge difference. I do agree with Commissioner Koppel. If you push the roof deck to the front, you don't want to have it people walking down the street, looking, seeing you up there doing your thing. And the other thing I wanted to say about the size let's really get to the issue here. I was involved in a partnership that rehabbed a property. I didn't make hardly any money on it because it took so long. I was a developer, and I learned my lesson there. But we had an 1,100 square foot, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, top floor unit in a 3-unit building. And the active managing partner said, let's maximize the roof deck. And I said, well, what's the occupancy of our flat going to be? 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2 people in each bedroom, 4 people. I mean, what do we need to do? We're going to serve Thanksgiving dinner for 30 people up there? We got a 280-foot roof deck, which is really under the third, and it worked. There's a table that seats 6, and there's 2 chaise lounges, and there's 2 planners up there. That's what the stager did. So, it worked. Honestly, you have to really look at, 500 square foot home. Is it 1 bedroom, 1 bath? How many people live there? 2? So let's be reasonable about this. I mean, how many people do we really expect to get up there? If you have a crowd of people, they should go in the backyard. If you don't have a backyard, maybe there should be some exception. I lived in a full lot line house at 7 Beaver, 25 by 35. This is the classic 500 square foot. Literally, you can go look at the property. It was 2 of us. I mean, and so we have 3, 4 people over, 180 square feet. It's enough. I didn't do a roof deck. I wanted to because I had no yard, but I had to seismically upgrade the house, which was prohibitive per square foot. It just didn't make sense. So let's look at actually what the occupancy is and why we need so big roof decks. I don't support 180 square foot on a 500 square foot house or a footprint. seems to be reasonable. I lived in one. I do want to avoid the cruise ship effect. Roof deck, third floor deck, second floor deck, first floor. I mean, we see these, and it looks like, you know, the Love Boat, right? So let's take a look at this. You know, the other thing on the privacy, I get where you need to have privacy, but, you know, on the place at 148 Saturn, you're on a hill. There was no privacy. If we put a wall up, the neighbors behind us lost their view. So we had a wire railing, no glass one, so that they could see through it. And oh, by the way, a couple of things. They complained about the light when we were testing it. We had like fixed lights in it. We took them out. Like, we don't want to create a nuisance for people that live behind us. So completely agree that like all these big amenities with hot tub grill, all that doesn't belong up there. I think that really reduces the livability of the neighbors. Let's see, any other notes? I think this is a real step in the right direction, and I'm fully supportive of it.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks. So I just want to both echo what my fellow commissioners said, in that I think this is a great step towards us being as predictable and transparent as possible around these policies. I think sometimes people have said that they feel like we make decisions on roof decks case by case, and I'm excited that we will have a policy in place that really helps people when they think about adding this amenity to their property, understand what it is that we're looking for. I have to agree with Commissioner Moore that I think the devil is in the details on this. I do think that once we put forward a policy, it should be predictable, and that with people within certain guidelines should be able to get approval without having to, come before us or other things. I do want this to be as inclusive as possible. I also echo with some of the feedback around size and making sure that we are putting parameters that don't hurt certain homeowners over others. And I did also love that phrase of reciprocal privacy. We're limited in what we can do in a city. We are all close to each other, but just being respectful of each other, I think, is the tone that we're trying to set by this policy. So we need to make sure we get the numbers right. I think, and looking at these buildings holistically, I think roof decks can provide a quality of life. They can provide open space. I think in a multi-unit building, they can provide community space. But we also need to make sure, of course, that this is not abused. And so I guess when we come back to this issue, I'd really love to see more examples in different neighborhoods in the city of how this would play out, and how this would play out with both our residential design guidelines and other policies that are in play. And I just also echo, I hope we talk to the different supervisors' offices, and then also I think just making sure that we're getting feedback from all of the districts in the city as we're making this policy. Thanks.
Thanks. Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to ask Mr. Winslow for a second. I would like you to use the word cruise ship effect as something what we don't want. I think it's a brilliant word, because...
you want me to say cruise ship on the record?
I like you to use that as a way to describing of what we do not want. Cruise ship effect, I think, is indeed a word that hits a nail on the head with quite a few of the additions we have been discussing lately, and that spans a year or two. There are people who want a deck in the front, they want a deck in the back, they want a deck on top, and here and there and everywhere. That is what you call cruise ship effect. One, I think when you have the situation with front deck and rear deck, is the issue of architectural massing, which I think I'd like to be folded into this discussion. The one thing you see not discussed is the idea of private roof decks when there is also a common roof deck proposed, because that is one of the largest objections you have seen in this commission. I do not see that yet of part of your discussion.
So we were taking baby steps. We know that was part of the larger discussion in multi-unit buildings where there's a proliferation of private roof decks and that issue, but we wanted to start where we could and build off that. That is in our vision in the next year or so to address that roof decks in the larger mixed-use zoning districts.
We would like to see a policy at least formulated, because we have to dig this up each time when we're reviewing new larger projects, that private roof decks on multi-family dwellings are not desired and basically something we do not want to see.
And one of the
proliferate.
reasons just why we take baby steps is there's a lot of parameters, both building code as well as planning code issues that go with those building types. So we thought our district building types are very kind of clear and easy, and we're able to tackle that, approach it with one set of parameters and recommendation analysis and parameters and recommendations. The multi-unit buildings have a whole different construct in a way. So stay tuned.
Okay.
We will-
Thanks for just picking up the ball on that. There was one additional comment when it comes to design guidelines, shadow on already existing solar equipment when it comes to stair penthouses. I think as a state is still looking for more building of solar equipment, we need to at least be cognizant of those which are already there so that penthouses and roof decks that would cast shadow on existing solar provisions would be basically not allowed.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Melgar.
So I am generally supportive of this. I want to thank Mr. Winslow. This is, I think, moderate and thoughtful, and I appreciate that. And I particularly like the feature of it being cumulative. The thing that I would still, want us to think of a little bit more about is what was brought up during the comments about the proportionality with the building size. I do, that resonates with me. I actually think that having roof decks is one of the features of urban life that I've appreciated the most while I've lived in San Francisco, and I totally understand that sometimes folks abuse, privileges just like they do everything else in urban living. And I think to craft a policy that guides, the rules of how these things get implemented, I think is important, and that is our job. So I want to thank you so much for tackling this, and I like where this is going.
It just kind of echoing some of the comments made. I do think we do need consistent rules and guidelines, because I think we take actions that maybe are, to code compliant roof decks, and people feel like, I've heard the same thing, like we kind of do things to roof decks that aren't necessarily necessary. It was, and the staff may treat them differently, but it's clear we don't really have clear design guidelines. I mean, even the guidelines in the residential design guidelines are more geared towards appurtenances and not roof decks. So I think it's good to have guidelines, but I think we should focus on design guidelines. I get a little nervous when we start focusing on use, like people are loud or they can't barbecue or whatever on the roof deck, because that could happen on lower levels. I mean, I don't get the distinction between a hot tub on somebody's ground floor or on their second floor deck or on their third floor deck. And I think privacy is a little bit tough to regulate also. I live next to a 2-unit building. There's a deck on each floor of that 2-unit building, which looms large. I mean, over my yard, people can definitely stand up there and look down on my yard. That's fine. I mean, I think it's expected. So we're kind of applying this where there may be just, RH1 or single family buildings, but we live in an environment where a single-family home could be next to a 3-unit building, which could be next to a 10-unit apartment building. And I think we have to take that into effect, because limiting like the size of, I don't like the idea of accumulating the size of them throughout, because again, you could have a 2-unit building or a 3-unit building that wants open space, and this may be the only open space on the roof deck or out their back that they have. And it's tough for them if they've got a flat on the third floor to get down to a ground floor. The ground floor could be shadowed. So I just want to be careful about kind of assuming how everybody uses these roof decks, that they're party decks, and kind of stick to design guidelines in how they look. Things like setbacks, I think, are important. I agree with Commissioner Koppel that, clear guidance on setbacks on property lines, especially when they overlook living spaces, are important. In the front too, we generally set back a third floor addition and 2-story areas 10 or 15 feet. I agree. We don't need them in the back. I mean, that's where you could have a deck off your first floor, which is generally above your ground floor. which looks out on the neighbor's yard. So I think we should stick to that kind of design guidelines, and it makes me a little nervous to start talking about use, things like not being allowed to put barbecues or plumbing or I don't necessarily want to police how people use their roof deck. Yeah.
Of clarity, that first draft did have some kind of restrictions on things like barbecues and lighting and things like that. We decided to take it out because we felt like that was not the purview of planning to look at things that might be more geared towards regulating possible nuisances rather than actual things. In other words, if we said, no, you cannot, in our review, you cannot have a hot tub and you cannot have a fixed kitchen or a cooking apparatus. Well, what's to prevent somebody from getting that deck and then wheeling up the Weber?
Right.
We're not going to be policing that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of bordering, it's kind of verging into a side of planning that's a little bit more, behavioral rather than physical. So we did eliminate some of those concerns.
Thank you. So yes, I think setbacks, height of windscreens, things like that, the visual impact, especially on the street level of kind of how these look and feel. Again, I'm not against where you have a staircase coming up on the roof deck, but it should be placed in kind of the least visually impacted place of the deck. So those, I can't tell you what my neighbors have on top of their roof. I have no idea. But they could have a stair penthouse in the middle of their deck. I mean, in the middle of their roof that you don't see. So I think placement and how these are designed are where we should go and how we should focus this. Commissioner Moore.
I just want to say that your diagrams were very effective, and I hope as you are moving forward with this, that you continue to do diagrams, including perhaps sometimes using photos of desirable, not desirable, so that we get a better understanding of what some of the real pertinent issues are.
Commissioner Richards.
Yes, what's the next step? This was informational. Will we come back with a policy recommendation for the commission to adopt?
We will be doing a bit more outreach with neighborhood groups, board of supervisors as requested. Staff will try to come up with a implementation tool, and we'll come back with another planning commission hearing for the adoption of resolution.
I like the gentleman that also said, let's take a look at the data, because on supervisor districts 2, 3, and 8 seem to be where most of these things happen. We don't really get them in 11 and 10, not yet, until those get kind of fully supersized districts.
Has a lot of issues.
Or maybe we just don't get DRs on them. I mean, we definitely get DRs in those districts. And
But
it
not
tends
on
to be
roof
where
decks.
it's hilly, where it's going to impact views and
We did
and view
do
sheds.
a very kind of brief data poll. We pulled all DRs that were within the last 3 years. I believe there were 60 of them that had the keyword roof deck in the project description. The reason that we didn't really include that was because in our analysis here was because there may have been projects that were DR'd that didn't have the term roof deck in the project description. So we can go back into our data but it'll have to be a bit more of a data dive to get that information, but we can certainly do that.
And I think it'd be good for these to live in the kind of residential design guidelines, because that's, what they are. And it'd be great if people comply with the guidelines. The expectation should be that it's approved over the counter. There isn't much, work consistent with that unless presents, some unusual circumstance that would warrant a DR. But hopefully, I think Commissioner Richards says it minimizes the amount of process and
We've received
property
that
owners
feedback
and
a lot,
TRs.
yes, that having, something that's appended to the residential design guidelines that, has illustrations, numbers, more clear guidelines would help.
Great. Thank you very much for this.
Good. Great.
All right, Jonas.
Very good, Commissioners. That'll place us on the next several items. These are two different addresses that are one related project. Items 11A and B and 12A and B for case numbers 2013.1224 SHD and CUA at 807 Franklin Street and 2017-007542 CUA and VAR at 635 Fulton Street. On Franklin, you'll be considering shadow findings and the conditional use authorization. On Fulton Street, you'll be looking you'll be considering a conditional use authorization, and the zoning administrator will be considering a request for variance.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mary Woods of Department Staff. I will give brief presentations on each of the properties. I'll start with 807 Franklin. The proposal at 807 Franklin is to relocate the existing Victorian building to 635 Fulton Street. And once that's relocated, the project will build a new 8-story residential building for 48 units, 1 story of parking for 17 spaces, and 80 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces. The building will extend 80 feet in height with 2 stair penthouses for a total of 96 feet. The project requires a CU for building height greater than 50 feet, street frontage greater than 50 feet, and a slight bulk exception. The project proposes to meet its inclusionary housing requirement by paying the in lieu fee. This week, staff received additional feedback from the public regarding issues to the relocation of the Victorian building. In order to address that concern, staff is proposing adding a new condition that addresses relocation coordination. I have a copy of the proposed condition that I had like to give to the commission. Basically, this condition would just say that a qualified preservation professional will be involved in the coordination of the relocation of the Victorian building from 807 Franklin to 635 Fulton. Now, with regard to the 635 Fulton Street, the proposal includes moving the existing mortuary building, which is 3 stories. It has 2 levels of mortuary use and a 3rd floor with 2 dwelling units. Is moving that building slightly 14 feet to the east so that the Victorian building from 807 Franklin could be placed to the west of the mortuary building. The mortuary use would be converted to residential. The project will reconfigure and expand both the mortuary building and the Victorian building to add 14 new dwelling units for a total of 17 dwelling units. This project also requires a rear yard variance for a small rear addition to accommodate bedrooms to the new units. No parking is required at this site. 32 Class 1 bicycle spaces will be provided. The conditional use for this project is for a building height greater than 40 feet with a 50 feet of street frontage. This concludes my summary of the project. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Woods. Project sponsor? I know we have 2 items here. How much time were you anticipating?
We're going to keep this to 10.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We'll get you the slide should come up, SF Gov TV, if we can have the computer. Great. There you go. You can use that other mic too.
Good afternoon, Toby Morris of Kerman Morris Architects, representing the project sponsor. Mary Woods did a great job presenting the project and summarizing the code issues, environmental and neighborhood review process. I'll present this rich and compelling project, but first a little history. 5 years ago, we began work on this project with a proposal to move the Victorian home from 807 Franklin Street, a known historic resource, off-site to build a new mid-rise. Preservation staff directed us to keep the Victorian on site and to move only move it to accommodate the reconstruction of the front stairs and develop a new structure in its northern yard. Our first CU proposal was a narrow, single-loaded corridor building next to the historic resource. It had 45 units. They were small, 75% of them one bedrooms. In 2015, the planning department reversed itself, finding that the Victorian had, quote, had lost its original setting and context of the neighborhood. We were told we could move it, after all, if we could find a compatible site. We spent 2016 and 2017 stepping back to investigate 3 possible move-to sites, including numerous meetings with preservation staff regarding their appropriateness. This took time, as the replacement site needed to be provide visibility to the character-defining features on both the facade and the northern side elevation of the Victorian. And the department's preferred site proved unattainable. So in 2017, Preservation and UDAT staff reviewed and agreed with us that 635 Fulton, currently occupied by the Bryant Mortuary, would be a suitable home for the 807 Franklin Victorian. The proposal before you began to take shape. This project consists of 3 buildings and 2 sites. 635 Fulton Street is currently occupied by the Victorian area structure housing the Bryant Mortuary and a couple of dwelling units in the upper top floors. To make space for the 807 Victorian, the mortuary is pushed back and into the east, and the Victorian home is located on its west. This siting provides ample landscaping in the front, distinguishing the 2 cohabitating Victorians from their 1970s urban renewal neighbors. Our proposal consists of preservation and adaptive reuse of the 2 Victorian area structures to create a total of 17 dwelling units, 82% of which are family-style units with 2 or 3 bedrooms. And all character-defining features are preserved, including the mortuary's Italianate brackets, the symmetrical fenestration, the arched windows, and the commercial storefront, and on the Victorian home, the entry portico, the bays with large arched windows, and both of the character-defining facades. There's no vehicular parking in this proposal and lots of bicycle parking. So both structures get modest additions to the top floor. We set back the facades to be minimally visible and additions to the rear, which will require rear yard variance. We plan to continue to develop the penthouse level to be quietly compatible with historic structures below, including more deeply set and vertically proportioned windows. The ground floor was carefully designed with input from preservation staff to be deferential to the 1960s social resource. That was a strange design challenge. An interpretive program will be incorporated commemorating the history of the Bryant Mortuary and its association with African American history in the Western edition, with historic photos, narratives, videos, and family histories. So back on the 807 Franklin Street site, we'll develop a new 8-story residential structure consisting of 48 units of housing, almost 70% of which will be family-sized 2- and 3-bedroom units. A minimally parked basement with 17 vehicle spaces, ample parking for 80 bicycles and storage, and common open space in a complying rear yard at grade and in a roof deck on top. The architectural expression is of a sculptural form in concrete, with large massing moves to organize the principal front and rear facades. We've incorporated code-compliant bays organized into large frames appropriate to scale of a mid-rise and responsive to the sloping site. Materials include concrete, terracotta tiles, metal panels, aluminum doors and windows, and glass rails. We'll take care during construction documents to source and specify appropriate concrete admix and detailing to ensure minimal staining and soiling. The entry level has 2 ground floor dwelling units. Privacy will be reinforced with a low bulkhead and the angled terracotta baguettes protecting ground floor residents from headlight glare. The south elevation is enlivened with slot openings, but the units are not dependent on these for light, air, or dwelling unit exposure should another 80-foot tall structure occupy the Shell Station lot. Commemorating the significance of the Move Victorian, an interpretive program will be developed within the new structure, celebrating the Relocated Victorians Association with the Silveretch and redevelopment. You can see the 807 Franklin building behind the, what do they call, the new sanitary market. Both projects will comply with best practices, stormwater management, incorporate sustainability features for energy conservation and generation, attention to health of residents, and water efficiency. So a few words about community outreach. In 2015 and 2017, we had a series of pre-app community meetings with neighborhood input on both sites. The Franklin pre-apps were attended by neighbors, and the Fulton pre-apps by board members of the abutting ML Park Co-op. No major issues were identified at these meetings. We also had early communications with the Cathedral Hill Neighborhood Association, and they expressed a support for code-complying structures. This is a complex project with many moving parts, and largely because of the issues around historical review, we did not receive environmental approval until the end of July. Another complication was a non-disclosure agreement that the project sponsor had to enter into with Bryant Mortuary, as they wanted to keep things quiet with respect to their clients and employees as they wound down their operations. In early August, we reached out and met with leaders of HV&A, the Van Ness Corridor, Cathedral Hill, and the San Francisco Alliance. They've expressed a preference that we do BMRs on site. However, given the sunsetting of the grandfathered BMR status on December 7th, which I think is Pearl Harbor Day, we must proceed with the in lieu fee. Thank you.
All right. Is that that's it for the presentation? All right. So we'll open it up for public comment. I have one speaker card. Mr. Warshell, welcome. But if others would like to speak, please line up on the screen side of the room.
Hi, Jim Warshell, and I'm here representing Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. These projects do have a lot to recommend them. We love that there's preservation and adaptive use of historic and culturally significant buildings. We love that there are 65 units of housing being created. However, we do feel that the opportunity to use these properties for mixed income BMR, as recommended in the Market Octavia Plan and enthusiastically embraced by Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association and the community, is not being realized. While we realize there are legal options that the developer has to satisfy their affordable housing requirement, on-site, separate site, within community, or fee out, we don't seem to be acknowledging that there are different degrees of desirability with each option. We'd love to see on-site whenever possible. In this case, the developer has made it clear they have no intention or desire to have any affordable on the Franklin site. So we proposed to use the 11-unit mortuary building as the BMR at multiple price levels of affordability, so that we could have this strong option using this site that's already owned by the developer. This is a real issue. The city always has trouble finding sites when we fee out, and Hayes Valley embraces the concept of having mixed income and keeping the character of our neighborhood with different income levels. The last element of it, the 60s mortuary storefront versus the 1913 addition when the first floor was added to the other two stories. We accept that acknowledging the mortuary, with a plaque or any other appropriate acknowledgement would be quite correct, but we certainly feel that having the storefront reflect the 1913 addition that is historically documented in a compatible building would make these two historic neighbors more whole and appropriate, and seeing no particular interest from anybody we've heard of to preserve this other than the planning department. We would strongly recommend that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners and Director Ram. Marlene Morgan, Cathedral Hill Neighbors and Venice Corridor Coalition. Yes, we have been speaking with this project sponsor since 2015. The project is much better. We're very glad they moved the Victorian. The new building does fit in with the existing block. It will provide much-needed housing. Again, a good thing, larger units and more family-friendly. We recently met with them, I think, in the last month, and we were very encouraged that the possibility of having affordable in the neighborhood looked like a real possibility. Now, on the Venice Corridor, we have supported 4 buildings in the last 2 years that have sought to use the small site alternatives. 2601 Van Ness, 1001 Van Ness, 830 Eddy, and 555 Golden Gates. And they are looking around in a 1-mile radius in the Tenderloin, in the Western Addition, trying to find a site, and it's very difficult. The fact that there's a site right here in our neighborhood where we can put these units, they don't end up on Treasure Island or the Bayview or Park Merced or somewhere else, is really important for Cathedral Hill and the Van Ness Corridor and for Hayes Valley. So there's some way the Planning Commission can urge the parties to kind of come to an agreement to commit to that in our neighborhood. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Pastor A. Scott Galbraith. I'm the pastor of the Jerusalem Church of God in Christ there in the neighborhood. And I took over the church as my father, the bishop, was holding it for a while and then placed me there as leadership. One thing about being the son of a bishop, you inherit very few of your father's friends and all of his enemies. When I came to this town after leaving Detroit, Michigan, my wife took over as the doctor there right in the neighborhood at the Maxine Hall Clinic, and we entrenched ourselves in the neighborhood. And I found out that all angels don't have wings. I met a young man named Tim Brown, who really had no dog in the fight, just saw us working there and helped us sell a piece of the property that the church owned and invested in a produce market there in Burlingame to create another revenue center for our church. With the gentrification of the African American community in San Francisco, it's very difficult being a Pentecostal pastor in an area that does not have many African Americans still left in it. And Tim Brown's projects, Tim Brown Realty, everything that he is connected to, he pushes to help people. And I'm a living, breathing example of the way that he conducts himself and the spirit with which he approaches his business. And I would like to earnestly ask you to consider the person, not just the project itself, but we're out of business as a church without his input and without his help. And I have every full confidence that in both locations he will continue to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any additional public comment?
My name is Jerry Dratler. I didn't intend to comment on this project. However, since the name Tim Brown and Tim Brown Realty has been raised, I'd like to comment that Tim Brown's LLC owns 49 Hopkins Avenue, the Richard Neutra House, and Tim Brown demolished that property without a demolition permit, and DBI did not issue an NOV. So I think there's another side of Tim Brown and Tim Brown Realty that needs to be represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, commissioners. Commissioner Moore, Johnson. Koppel. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. This is a very interesting project. I think one thing that did kind of raise an eyebrow as I was going through this project is kind of the opting out and using the in lieu fee. I think when we think about preservation, preservation of a physical building is incredibly important, but preservation of a neighborhood and its character and its history is important, and these are in an area that has historically been affordable, that has historically been a refuge for African American community and other communities that are vulnerable. And so I'm just curious if you could say a little bit more about why you opted out. I was kind of disappointed by that.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Yes, John Kevlin here with Reuben Junius and Rose on behalf of the project sponsor. So as Toby mentioned, it's a very complex project, right? We've got 2 sites which changed midstream in this project. We're moving the Victorian to the other site. We're actually having to move the mortuary. So there's a lot of work going on here. All the way through the beginning of this year, we were still kind of contemplating exactly how to best achieve our goals at the Fulton Street site. The 807 Franklin's kind of figured out, right? We were exploring double density for senior housing. We were exploring, a lot of different potentials. Been in touch with the supervisor's office about how do we make that site work as best as we possibly can. The issue we're facing is that we hit some bumps along the way with the planning department, some code issues. We've got a deadline of December 7th of this year to get a site permit issued in order to maintain the ability to have grandfathered on-site and off-site units. And the issue here is that going with the in lieu fee is not because we're committing to the in lieu fee in perpetuity. It's basically to preserve the grandfathering aspect of this project, because after assuming planning commission approval, if with the in lieu fee, we're able to go back, modify that project, and if we do on site, we don't need we have the flexibility to do that post commission and have the flexibility to kind of continue working on that Fulton Street site. So I think what you've heard is that the project sponsor has been working with HVNA Cathedral Hill throughout this process, trying to make this work as best as possible. And again, the in lieu fee is really to maintain the flexibility as we're up against this deadline in December. Thank you.
I'd love to hear feedback from other commissioners and even the planning department on, I just think it would be great if we could get affordable housing on this site. And if there's anything that we can do to help that, I'd love to hear thoughts.
All right, thanks. Commissioner Melgar.
So on the project itself, I think it's a very innovative way to both preserve the structure. I think it's actually better in the context of the new location. I really like the new building. I think it's much better than the original building that was configured next to the Victorian, so I really like that. I too wish that you would include on-site inclusionary. I understand that you want to preserve your flexibility. I will also say, though, that if you provided the in lieu fee, I could live with it. And the reason why I say that is because we are seeing a softening of the market because of all of the reasons we heard during Dennis's Corner this earlier today, and I understand that the millions of dollars that had been predicted to go into the Affordable Housing Fund at the Mayor's Office of Housing this year are not coming in the way they're supposed to. So we're going to be seeing a softening of the production of affordable housing because of it, and I think this might help. And so is it ideal for the neighborhood? No. I wish we had a better a better way to sort of guide the investment of the Mayor's Office of Housing in terms of community development. I wish we did. That's out of the purview of the Planning Commission, but I do think that, you know, having the funds go into the Affordable Housing Fund at this point may not be such a bad thing. So,
all right, thanks. Just can I follow up with Mr. Kevlin on this, on the timing issue? I mean, one, I think it's a great project. I think the Victorian works much better on Fulton Street, especially, I mean, I think we can anticipate that gas station being developed on Turk, and I think it would be lost in that context. So programmatically, I think it's great. I think the architecture of you know, how you're preserving the Victorian as well as the mortuary and what you're doing on the new site all look great. I just still don't understand that, and again, I don't think we've got a lot of tools to say you should do or you have to do the on-site. I think, you know, Hayes Valley has been on record for decades almost now, kind of encouraging and advocating for the on-site alternative. I just don't get the timing issue. Why can't you lock in? What's the difference between locking in the flexibility now or locking in being grandfathered on-site?
So I'm glad you're asking about this because this goes beyond this project, right? So we've got the Prop C grandfathering rules that were passed last summer or the summer before, right? And what it says is that for any Prop C grandfather project, so any project that filed an application before 2016 is grandfathered. However, if you're doing on-site or off-site units, you need to pull a site permit by December 7th of this year. So not just Planning Commission approval, we got to go get a permit from DBI as well. The odd thing about the way the legislature, and that wasn't.
But that's either on-site or off-site.
That's only on-site or off-site.
Oh,
in lieu fee is
in lieu fee.
It doesn't have that deadline.
Okay.
The odd thing about it is that it's a static date, December 7th. So I will tell you, I'm hoping that we're going to be, not this project, but in general in front of the commission with maybe some legislation this fall, because there's a good dozen projects out there that either haven't even been to the Planning Commission yet or are going to the Planning Commission now, have no chance of getting a site permit through no fault of really anyone. I mean, look, everyone's trying diligently to get these projects through, and it doesn't really make sense that we'd like to have that December 7th date instead be something like 12, 18, 24 months after Planning Commission approval, which is, you know, an appropriate amount of time to actually pursue a permit.
What's the date for in lieu?
None.
Oh,
Not
all
really.
right, so that's just an oddness of how it was grandfathered. All right.
Yeah.
So, but it sounds like you're willing to do on-site, you know, as long as you can get this approved in the site permit pulled in that time frame. I mean, it'd be good to understand your willingness of what the kind of intent is to do.
Yeah, I mean, the project sponsor isn't saying he's for or against doing on-site at this point. I think it's a challenging project, especially with the movement of of the Victorian, and so the option is still open. I think further exploration needs to happen, and I actually think more work with the neighborhood, with the supervisor's office needs to happen, because I think there's more potential on Fulton Street, and we just need to kind of find a path there. And so what this in lieu fee does is, going with the in lieu fee now, again, preserves us. We've got a site permit running in parallel right now to try to make that December 7th deadline. And
all right, I get it. Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you.
Mr. Kevlin, it was amazing that you just explained that. I think it puts the project and the discussion of the project into a completely different realm. I greatly appreciate President Hillis asking and you answering as comprehensively as you did. There is, I think, a uniform, strong support for on-site. I mean, you know the pressure we are under, and I think this commission uniformly stands to support on-site wherever we can. And in this particular case, as I see the goodwill, as I see the intention, the message that you hear loud and clear from us is to please inform Mr. Brown that would be the most supported and most desirable option what we have. But now speaking to the project itself, again, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I think the project is very innovative. I think it is creative. The Franklin Street building is a totally appropriate building in the context in which it's proposed. I think its architectural expression is quite desirable. It is not the kind of standard things we have been seeing could be anywhere in the city. We had quite a few of them in the last few years, so I commend the building for that particular aspect. I did talk with Mr. Morris about the concrete and my concerns that we had very innovative concrete designed by Mr. Gascaldo out on Potrero, and unfortunately, that building is not wearing very well at all. After 2 or 3 years of opening, it looks already very old and worn. And Mr. Morris is aware of that concern, looking at aggregate and other ways how to address that. So that building, I think, is fine. And the move of combining the Victorian with the mortuary, I think, is brilliant. And if it indeed can become something that where the affordable housing component would be considered, that would be the desirable outcome for it. I wish we had other opportunities of grouping appropriate housing types more with each other to avoid the clash between old and new. I think the harmonizing on a broader scale, I think, is extremely desirable. I know it's difficult, it's expensive, but as a way to create larger sites for appropriately fitting larger buildings, this is, I think, a move which is textbook the way you should be doing it. So I'm really happy to support the project. Again, I do have to restate my objective that the message of is desirable from the Commission's point of view, on-site, affordable, if we can. I'm prepared to make no, there are others.
Go ahead.
I'm prepared to make a motion. Are we making a joint motion for both sides?
You may.
To support both projects and approve it as proposed.
Second. Thank you, Commissioner.
There is a modification that was read into the record by Ms.
As
Wood.
amended.
I am acknowledging that to be an integral part of this motion.
Thanks. Commissioner Richards.
So would the motion be with the material palette as a condition that they proposed?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to amend the motion to include that.
Yes.
Okay. There were like 10 seconders.
Second.
Great. I support the project. I'll be honest with you, I sat kind of aghast when Mr. Dretler said what he just said. I mean, I thought, wow, here's a guy that's preserving the Victorian, da-da-da. You know, we are hearing 655 Alvarado coming up, and it's a demolition, and 49 Hopkins was on the radar. It was on the front page of the Chronicle. I'm actually shocked that if, you know, I have no facts in front of me other than Mr. Dretler's statement, no facts to support whether Tim Brown was involved or not in 49 Hopkins, but I'm shocked at what, if that's actually true. So we may be seeing Mr. Brown again or his representatives before us when they seek to try to do something on that lot, and the outcome may not be as good here. That's not before us. We have this project. I support it. I do support on-site or small sites, as Ms. Morgan said. I do want to provide flexibility. I told Mr. Morris that. And, you know, I will be supporting the project. But again, I don't think, the only thing that could have shocked me more coming out of anybody's mouth in this room was that 6055 Alvarado was related to the project sponsor here. I mean, I'm literally shocked, to be honest with you.
All right, thanks. Commissioner Fong.
Thank you. So we already have a motion. Thank you for making that. You know, we've looked at this empty lot in this corner that's been sort of blight, so I'm very happy to see this get the attention it needs. Moving the Victorian to Fulton, first of all, I want to be there that night that house gets moved to watch that come down and get moved. And I think the more important piece, other than getting 48 dwelling units on Franklin Street, is a potential growth and instigation of energy on Fulton Street. I think this could be a very cool thing, maybe a start and sort of a spark for some other small development on that area. Hopefully not moving things around as much, but you know, it'd be great to see that block get a little more attention as well. So again, supportive.
Thanks.
Seeing nothing further, Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to adopt shadow findings and approve 807 Franklin Street with conditions, as well as approving 635 Fulton Street with conditions as amended by staff and including the proposed material palette. Was that what it was?
That one in the packet, yes.
Very good on that motion. Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
Close public hearing, inclined to grant the requested variance on item 12B.
Very
All
good.
right, we're going to take a brief break because DBI is on its way and they want to participate in the next item. So we'll take 5 minutes.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
I don't know who they are. Elizabeth is doing it. Oh, she knows. She knows. Yeah, she knows.
All right, we'll text you. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Wait till Dennis comes in. Can you tell Dennis?
Oh, DBI is here. You want to redo it? We're going to switch. We're going to reverse them. Sorry.
No, it's not. It was Dennis Richards.
All right.
Talking about not DBI.
What are we doing?
Oh, so DBI is not here. No, so we're sticking with
DBI 's
Doc.
not.
Dennis Richards.
Yeah. Let's go, Rick.
Doc is not here. Doc is not here.
Good afternoon and welcome to the San Francisco Planning Commission meeting. We will be taking item 14 under the discretionary review calendar out of order for case number 2017-007888 DRP at 2742 Buchanan Street. This is a discretionary review.
All right, apologize for that, but DBI, we are waiting DBI staff to join us for the Alvarado item. Is the DR requester here for Buchanan? Or are you getting people from the hall?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Jonkier, Northwest Team Leader. The abbreviated discretionary review before you at 2742 Buchanan Street is for a 68 square foot addition at the rear of the existing building. The existing building is a 3-story, 2-unit structure constructed in 1938. The addition will be at the rear of the building along the south side property line. It's an infill of a 3.5 foot wide by 19.5 feet deep notch. The project includes widening the existing second floor roof deck and adding a spiral stair to a new 356 square foot roof deck on the 3rd floor. There is no change to the building footprint or increase in building height. Briefly, the DR requester concerns are that the proposed addition will block 4 property line windows, blocking light and air. The proposed roof deck will allow unobstructed views into the DR requester's home, so privacy issues, and that the large deck can accommodate large groups of people and thereby increase noise. There's no other public comments received during the 311 or DR notice period. The project was reviewed by the Residential Design Advisory Team. They advise that the case does not demonstrate an exceptional and extraordinary circumstance. The project is compatible with the residential design guideline in that the neighboring property line windows are not protected, and the proposed roof deck is set back from the adjacent property, and they recommend abbreviated DR. This concludes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you very much. DR requester. Welcome.
I live at 2734 Buchanan Street. I'm a 20-year resident of San Francisco and have lived on Buchanan since 2005. My wife, Shauna Harden, and I live next door to the project site and are raising our 3 daughters there, ages 7, 5, and 2. My wife and I were surprised by the content of the project sponsor's written opposition to this DR hearing, as we have tried to be very cooperative. We met the property owners of 2742 Buchanan only recently when they informed us that they were moving back from Hawaii and would require an ADA bathroom and laundry room, which could block our 4 windows on the north side of our home. We invited the neighbors and their designer over to the home to discuss the project, and it became clear that they were more aggressive than good neighbors should be. They stated frankly that if we did not agree to their bathroom expansion, then they would seek to build a second rooftop cruise ship deck, if you will, just a few feet away from our main living space where we are raising our family. And that is exactly what they've done. Nonetheless, we hired well-regarded architect John Lum to identify compromise proposals regarding their bathroom expansion that would allow them to meet their stated goals without blocking our windows. But for some reason, they want more. Their stated reason is to make an ADA-compliant bathroom, despite the fact that the stairs to their flat are narrow and take several turns. And in addition, their proposed second roof deck calls for a spiral staircase that would ruin their first deck and is not ADA, is not disability accessible. In reality, we believe the proposal is nothing more than an effort to increase their square footage in order to sell their home for a higher price, and we have heard that they are quietly marketing their home now. The proposed second roof deck literally looks into the main living area of our family room, which is 100% exposed and is just feet away. The neighbors can have a larger bathroom and a laundry room without blocking our windows. We're happy to continue to work with them on that account and to continue to offer the services of Mr. Lum. We do not object to their plan to expand their lower deck, but it's unreasonable for them to destroy their lower deck with a spiral staircase and build a second deck on top, especially when it's disability inaccessible and it's exposed to the very heart of our home. We'd like to ask the Commission today to deny the roof deck and then allow us a continuance to work on the proposed bathroom expansion and come up with a proposal that does not block our windows. And we continue to work with Mr. Lum. We appreciate your time today, and thank you.
Thank you. We'll take public comment in support of the DR requester.
Stephen Hammond, Clark Hill LLP. I'm the attorney for Mr. and Mrs. Harden.
As his attorney, your time is
But you have
part
to-
of the DR requester's team. And
All right.
so I believe he had maybe
Did he
couple minutes
always,
left.
you're right, okay. We'll give you a minute and a half.
Perfect. Project owners already have a nice deck off their main floor. A one-bedroom unit does not need 2 decks, especially when the proposed deck stares directly into the heart of the neighbor's home. We do not object to the plan to increase the existing deck size increase the size of the existing deck, and with respect to the bathroom, it can be larger with disabled access and a laundry area without blocking the neighbor's windows. We ask the project owner to work with us to limit the size of the bathroom addition, and we ask that the unnecessary roof deck be disposed of. And I will cede the rest of my time to Mr. Buskovich.
So, very quickly, these buildings were built together at the same time, same developer. They're not quite opposite-hand buildings, but the layout of one building's light well matches the adjoining building's windows. The roof deck, the second roof deck, is apparently for additional view. There is an existing deck off the top floor at the back. That seems like a perfectly reasonable deck. The one on the roof just seems to be exactly the point of the hearing earlier about what is reasonable. And the windows that everyone's concerned about, what I believe to be really what's going on, do provide light and no ventilation but light to some habitable rooms. They've got a really good architect working for them. There's no reason the architects can't keep talking and get this resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so any public comment in support of the DR requester? Seeing none, project sponsor? Welcome. So your team has a combined 5 minutes. You'll each have a 2-minute rebuttal after public comment. All right.
You want to go, Saber? I'm Warner Berry. I'm the attorney for Mr. and Mrs. Wing. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, just make sure you speak into that mic. Thank you.
Yeah, very, very briefly, Mr. Hammond made a non-legal objection, sort of as a public comment, but what the Hardens have failed to notice in their title is that they have the absolute obligation to allow this expansion. It's part of their title. They have no standing to object. These windows must be closed off if the expansion is allowed. And that is our point. Their title documents are clear. There's a recorded use limitation. It's been in the property line forever. The Wings are entitled to this expansion, at least as far as the space. And by the way, the Wings have lived there a long time. They didn't move back from Hawaii. They have a second home in Hawaii. Mr. Wing has lived in the property in that area since 1970. They've lived in this house a long time. Mr. Wing's had 2 or 3 surgeries on his knees, and he may need to be in a wheelchair at some point. That's possible. That's in our documents. And the idea of expanding the bathroom to allow that is very reasonable. They have the absolute right to do it. The discretionary review conclusion is absolutely correct. As far as we're concerned, the roof deck also is permissible, should be allowed. We appreciate the time. I'm going to defer to Ms. Ballin, who is the architect for the Wings.
Hi there, I'm Sabra Ballin. I'm the designer for the project. I just want to talk about the expansion. Can you turn on the overhead projector, please? Okay, so what you see here is the next to each other, the existing and the proposed. So this is the existing bathroom here, and the addition is filling in this space along the property line here. And so what you see in the proposed is a small laundry room that would allow my clients to do the laundry in their unit and not have to go down to the laundry room in the garage. And then the second thing is expanding the bathroom to make it ADA accessible. So no one is handicapped now, but my clients definitely plan to age in place in San Francisco and remain in their home. And that's all for us.
That's all? All
Any
right.
questions?
We may have some, but let us
Okay.
finish this, the hearing first. Any public comment in support of the project? Seeing none, DR requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal if you'd like to take that time.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll be brief. With respect to the title restriction regarding windows, this was recorded on title before the Hardens purchased the property. They're not aware of it. We dispute its legal effect with respect to the windows at issue, but that's not really the point. The point is that good neighbors should work together and that there is enough room for the project owner to get a larger bathroom, to get a laundry area, to have it be disabled, accessible, without blocking the windows. We had Mr. Lum, the architect that the Hardens hired, has suggested 3 different proposals and is willing to continue to work on this account to reach a compromise. Next, I would like to point out with respect to the accessibility argument, it's hard to square the fact that this is a 3rd floor walk-up with a very narrow stairway and several bins in that stairway, and the desire for a spiral staircase that off the back deck, with the claim that it's necessary to have a ADA accessible bathroom that meets the same requirements that you would see in a place of public accommodation. That's not to say that we disagree with the desire to have a larger bathroom, but the point remains that it is possible to have a good-sized bathroom, a laundry room, and still not block the windows. Thank you. Did you want to add?
In closing, this DR cries out for the architects to at least try one more time to see if there's a resolution for the bathroom without blocking the window, and to move forward from the roof deck being a trading card, that if you don't cooperate, we're going to put a roof deck that looks right in there. So they got a good architect on their side. They have an architect. This should be continued so the architects can talk with planning's oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor, you have 2 minutes if you'd like.
So the roof deck has been in the design since the beginning. There was never a discussion about adding a roof deck in an argument about changing the design. The roof deck has always been there. When we made an effort to negotiate with the neighbors and offer some concession, we offered to give up the roof deck. They didn't want to make any concessions at all with our design. They did hire an architect to show some other possibilities for the bathroom, but they weren't acceptable to our clients. And so here we are at a stalemate. One more thing. When we met with them and talked to them, they mentioned that they would like to use all of their resources and time to delay and block our project.
On the legal point of that was just made, that the Hardens, this use limitation was put in before the Hardens purchased. Frankly, that's a specious argument in my opinion. They either had constructive knowledge of it or they had actual knowledge of it. And either way, the use limitation is absolute in the title, and it should be honored. And I think that's what DR staff did most correctly. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So we'll close this portion of the hearing and open it up to commissioner comments and questions. Commissioner Richards?
So I had a experience in my own dwelling unit that I live in where the neighbor expanded and I had a window that was covered up. And we worked something out. I mean, I'd love to see the parties work it out, but actually, you know, I had to go down to the assessor's office and have some document filed against my own property because I installed other lot line windows to alleviate the closing of the lot line window that was lower in the room. I put kind of dormer windows up at the top, but those are also on the lot line. So if the new neighbor who bought the house wants to build further back, I don't really have a legal leg to stand on. I signed the document saying, look, I know I put lot line windows in, but they're subject to, you know, your whim as to whether you want to build. I guess the only question I have for the project sponsor is, we heard there was a desire to continue to negotiate architect to architect. Are you open to that?
We are open to it. We had 2 meetings with the neighbors, and they didn't want to make any compromises. After they decided that they didn't want to negotiate, they hired an architect to send us some ideas. So the ideas that they sent weren't acceptable to us because they didn't offer necessarily the ADA turnaround. And then they also covered up a different part of the roof that could be used for an elevator expansion later in time. And so those were the 2 reasons why theirs weren't. If you...
Speaking to the mic, please. You can twist the mic over.
plans, you can see that if you wanted to make it's 3.5 feet, so you can't really make it any narrower, right? You can't do it 1 foot off because then you wouldn't be able to maintain either side of the building, and we can't go back any further. And then if we did come in this direction here, that's next to the stairs, and that would be the future location for an elevator.
Got it.
And so that's why their designs weren't acceptable to my client.
And it looks like even though the roof deck policy that we heard before doesn't apply here, it looks like your roof deck is modest and set back at the appropriate
Correct. That is
levels
correct.
as well. So I don't know, I'm open to what other commissioners here, but it seems pretty cut and dried to me.
Is that a motion, cut and dry?
Move to not take DR and have the project approved.
Second.
Thank you.
Second. If there's nothing further, Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to not take DR and approve the project as proposed. On that motion, Commissioner Fong? Aye. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 13 for case number 2017-014841 CUA at 655 Alvarado Street. This is a conditional use authorization that you considered originally on February 22nd of this year, and after hearing and closing public comment, you continued this to April 19th, which was subsequently continued several times to today's date. Commissioner Fong, you were absent on that original hearing date, and so you'll need to acknowledge that you have reviewed the previous hearing and materials. And Commissioner Johnson, I don't believe you were seated yet. Or were you seated?
I've reviewed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fong.
Janice, thank you for the reminder, and I have reviewed and prepared to take action.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Go ahead.
Jeff Horn,
Mr.
planning
Horn,
staff.
Thank you.
Presenting item 2017-014841 CUA at 655 Alvarado Street. Item before you is a request for conditional use authorization to legalize the tantamount to demolition per section 317 of a 2,737 square foot, two-story over basement single-family home, and to permit an expanded 5,096 square foot, three-story over two basement level two-family home within a two-house residential district and the 40X height and bulk district. The property at 655 Alvarado Street is located mid-block between Diamond and Castro Streets within the Noe Valley neighborhood, and the subject property is 114 feet deep and slopes downwards steeply on the south side of Alvarado Street. In 2016, the project was approved by the Planning Department as a vertical and horizontal addition with limited proposed removal. But during construction, more or less all of the building was demolished. The project also included extensive excavation at the property. The project was initially presented before the Planning Commission on February 22nd, 2018. At that time, and after holding a hearing and receiving public comment on the project, the Commission continued the item and requested that the project be presented before the Building Inspection Commission. The BIC heard the project at their May hearing, continued the item, and heard the project again at the recent August hearing. The Commission requested that Chief Building Inspector Patrick O'Riordan provide to the Planning Commission a presentation on the construction history, the violation history, and a summary of the findings made by the BIC. The memo provided to you in the case report contains material submitted by the adjacent neighbor to the east at 651 Alvarado Street, and I am going to be submitting materials from the neighbor to the west at 661 Alvarado Street. Both of these owners have had damage done to their structure due to the excavation and construction activities at the site. In response to the department's previous request for the addition of a second unit to this project, the sponsor has made that change in the current plans before you. However, staff still recommends that the project be modified to provide two distinct and separate entrances if it ends up to be a two-unit building. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the legalization of the tantamount to demolition of the project per staff's design comments. This concludes my presentation. When the project was last continued from July 26, the sponsor, staff, and DBI had some discussions about what date would be the best for the continued hearing. I did not confirm that date of today with DBI, so I do want to apologize to Patrick and thank him very much for being here in a very timely manner and very organized and ready to present. So again, thank you, Patrick.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Riordan, thank you for being here.
Good
On short
afternoon,
notice.
President Hillis and Commissioners. It's amazing what we can do in 30 minutes. So I'm here with the presentation I presented to the BIC on August 15th. There are a few small changes which I can speak to as we walk through the presentation. But essentially the agenda describes the proposed scope of the work, the approved and actual...
Is this on the can we go to the computer? It's on the computer? You're doing the presentation? All right, there we go.
Yeah. So just to start over with if we can move to the next slide, maybe, Delvin, the one with agenda. The agenda shows is the proposed scope of the work, identify the approved and actual demolition, additional notices of violation which have been issued since the original violations were issued back in October of 2017, and next steps. Okay, so in regard to plan review, sorry guys.
That's all right.
Okay. Plan review, the scope of the work. The scope of the work includes 3 levels of horizontal extension to an existing basement, an existing first floor, and an existing second floor, along with a new basement below and a new vertical addition above. So the building information, the existing building, type 5, 2 stories over basement, R3, single-family residence, and the proposed condition was type 5, 4 stories over basement, R3, single-family residence, and it was proposed to be sprinklered. Plan review. Document submittals typically include a site permit, addenda to the site permit, and excavation and shoring permits. The site permit review typically considers building information with things such as allowable height, story, and area, fire protection, and means of egress. A site permit stamp is used, which you can see here on this slide, indicating that no work can take place under the site permit until the necessary addendum has been issued. And from the illustrations, you can see that the existing condition at the front facade was 1 story over garage. The proposed condition was to be 2 stories over garage. And at the rear, looking from the backyard of the downsloping lot, the existing condition was 2 stories over a basement, and the proposed condition was to be 4 stories over a basement. The picture you see represented on this slide is as the property was in October of 2017, after the demolition had taken place. And thank you to the architect for providing me with these illustrations that kind of give definition to the steps of how we got to this point. Just for context, the building in the middle is represented with the X on it, and the building to the east and the right-hand side is 651 Alvarado Street, with the building to the left on the west-hand side being 661 Alvarado Street. And we're looking at this building in a northwesterly direction from the rear yard of an upsloping lot. So the next slide shows the building without showing the adjacent buildings, obviously, and this is what it was like prior to any work taking place. So after the site permit issuance, the approval is, as you see here, the rear wall has been approved to be removed, a light well area in the upper floor approved for removal, and an area of the front above the street level, the floor above the street level, shows being removed. The floors are not shown here just for the purposes of clarity, being able to see through the building and see the walls. So the demolition that was approved upon issuance of the structural addendum is shown here on this next slide, and it includes additional demolition along the east property line wall at the rear of the building. So then eventually, when the permits were suspended and the work was stopped, the demolition that occurred is what you see here, with very little of the building remaining, just a facade at the ground floor level, a retaining wall, and a wall on the east property line, which I have found out since the big presentation was also removed. So just remember that that wall that is shown on the east property line, the wing wall extending back from the facade of the building, should not be shown on this slide. It was also removed. So just to summarize the demolition, if we look at just the wall square footage, the existing walls included 3,192 square feet. The site permit approval for demolition showed an approval of removing 957 square feet, which would be 30% of those walls. The approval with the addendum showed an additional 14% removal for 44% and 1,417 square feet of walls. But at stop work in October of 2017, in excess of 2,800 square feet of the total of 3,192 had been removed for 88%. And again, I can't do that math right here in my head, but if we factor in adding that wing wall at the front, it's going to be above 90% for sure. Then just moving on to the subject of what happened with the adjacent neighbors. As you can see from these pictures here, the property to the west, 661 Alvarado Street, was impacted by the excavation at the subject property, 655. And the effect was that the foundation at 661 had to be shored based on the compromise condition that came about because of the excavation at 655. So here you see the shoring, and you see what had to be done. This was done without a building permit, and I let the project team speak to the notification, if there was notification to the neighbor or not. But generally, we like to see a building permit. We want a building permit for this. This is a safety concern, and this came to our attention after the fact. We were not apprised of this situation when we were going out there, and it was discovered in May, basically upon receiving an email with pictures from this impacted neighbor. So this was concealed from our inspector. I won't say purposely concealed, but we didn't see it. So, and this is what we know happened. Notices of violation. Complaint number 2018-67671. A notice of violation was issued for unsafe excavation at the property line of 661 based on the excavation work at 655, subject property. Complaint 2018-64321. A notice of violation was issued for 661 Alvarado Street for work without permit, shoring at the foundation, and an unsafe condition caused by the undermining work performed at 655. And that references back to the pictures you were just looking at. So in summary, 6 notices of violation were issued for 3 properties between August of 2017 and June of 2018, and are all currently active cases. The most notable being the exceeding the scope of demolition, which has been sent to our Code Enforcement Division, and it has an order of abatement, which is the final step in our code enforcement process right now. So, licensed professionals. A code of professional ethics applies to all projects. The architect, the engineer, the contractor, and the subcontractors have an obligation to ensure that approvals are followed. The architect submits plans based on what is reasonable to construct. The engineer then consults with the architect and vice versa to make sure the addenda are realistic based on the proposed project. The contractor then follows the approved permit documents. And I think it's important to say, if the contractor finds that there is something that needs additional work, dry rot or fire damage, that's the time to say, time out, let's get the inspector out here, let's get a correction notice, let's figure out what needs to happen in moving forward. I don't know that happened here. Next steps. Obviously, we can ignore the first line because we're already here. Post-planning approval, DBI will review the proposed work based on the submittal documents. After permit issuance, a start of work inspection will be scheduled to review the approved permit documents based on current site conditions and to give direction to the project team. A start of work inspection will be required, and a senior building inspector will accompany the district building inspector at a start of work, framing, and again at final inspections. The site is being monitored and will continue to be monitored by weekly site visits on an ongoing basis to ensure compliance with all DBI requirements. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. We may have questions after public testimony and the project sponsor. Is the project sponsor here? Yeah. So we've heard this item before, so you've got 5 minutes, and then we'll allow for 2 minutes of public comment.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to need to use the overhead in a second here. My name is Zach Madry. I'm the architect of record for 655 Alvarado Street. I'm here on behalf of John Kaplan and Marcy Glazer, the owners. The owners apologize for not being able to be here today, but Mr. Kaplan's in Alaska and Ms. Glazer is serving the community as CEO of the JCC in San Francisco. Some background, the owners have lived in Noe Valley since 2002, and they were thrilled when they finally received unanimous approval from the Planning Commission to renovate and expand their original single-family home. In 2016, when they had their planning and building department approvals, the project was issued a building permit, and the general contractor, Thompson Brooks, began construction. During the deconstruction process, Thompson Brooks discovered severe fire damage in the external walls of the building. Unfortunately, Thompson Brooks removed these elements with the intent of replacing them in like kind without first seeking a permit to perform this work. This was an administrative error on their part. The conditional use authorization before you is necessary because the demolition that was performed by Thompson Brooks exceeded the scope of the approved building permit, and also the demolition limits established in 317. This has resulted in a notice of violation and suspension of all building permits for the 655 Alvarado Street project. As part of the conditional use authorization, our planner, Jeff Horn, has asked the design team to redesign the project to 2 units. It was originally designed as a single-family home. We've made these revisions and complied with this request, and now we have support from staff. Here's a photo of the site today. The project foundations have been completed. The entire lot has been properly graded for the design, and the existing work has all been inspected and approved by the city. And the entire building is less than 6 months from completion. Finally, Thompson Brooks has filed for bankruptcy and is no longer in business. The owners respectfully request approval of the conditional use authorization for 655 Alvarado for the building as designed, and for which has planning staff support. A disapproval or conditional approval with significant redesign will unfortunately result in the site remaining in its current condition for the foreseeable future. The owners do not believe that it is anyone's best interest to leave the site vacant in their neighborhood due to an honest mistake made by a now defunct general contractor. This was a true administrative error. There's no malicious intent by anyone working on the project, by the owners, the city, the building inspector, or the general contractor. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. We'll open this item up for public comments. If there is any, we've got a couple speaker cards, Jerry Dratler, Jim Warshell. I imagine others would want to speak though, so line up on the screen side of the room, please. We'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, President Hillis and Commissioners. My name is Mary Ferretti Breidinger, and I'm the owner of 651 Alvarado Street. At the 2011 DR, 3 commissioners voiced their concerns for the vague drawings presented at the hearing, as well as concerns for the minimal excavation at the rear of the proposed building. The motion was approved with the stipulation that the project sponsor be urged to continue dialogue with the DR requesters. I did not file a DR with the second 311 notice issued. I had concerns, but I trusted that the project sponsor would do the right thing and abide by the rules. To date, the project sponsor has never reached out to me in spite of my attempts and has taken no responsibility for any of the damages caused. I'm requesting no permits be issued until my and 661's property damages are repaired and the property line fences are replaced. To protect my light, air, and privacy, I am requesting a setback of 6 feet off my property line past my building and no fifth level. I have a petition signed by 40 Noe Valley residents in support of my request. There will also be an increased negative impact from the result of putting a wall up that has been gone for 2 years. For your information, I've highlighted a couple of comments made by President McCarthy at this month's President hearing. This case is an example of a complete misuse of system. To consider it anything other than a complete demolition would be fooling yourself. This case needs to be sent a signal. All penalties be enforced that conceivably can. With a project of this magnitude, you have a team of licensed professionals and they have the responsibility here. It is the responsibility of professionals who are submitting these documents to provide accurate documents. The drawings produced by the team lack credibility.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up, though.
Thank you. You can give it to us too if you
Yeah. You can just submit it right there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for attending here. And once again, this has been a long, ongoing process. Hopefully, it can come to a conclusion. I like to keep it short and sweet. Excuse me. Once again, I like to protect my light, air, and privacy. As per the project, I would like to have the top floor removed. Overhead. I would like the top floor removed. The second and third, the third and fourth levels.
Just pull that mic over towards
you. Oh, I'm sorry.
So we can hear you.
The third and fourth levels recessed off the property line. And as far as the project manager, the architect who spoke earlier, this wall, which states it's still standing, is no longer standing. And as for the damage sustained, as they said prior, if you look on city records, this home, was a home, was rebuilt several times if you look at city records. So the nonsense about the wall not being structurally sound, I don't believe that. As far as my property sustaining damage, here's what we have. And once again, the owner never made any effort in dealing with us or contacting us, and many efforts with emails, just totally disregard. And this is what Mr. Reardon was saying, that they attempt to fortify the property, my property. And basically, that's it. But I'd like to say thank you for your time. And also, I'd like my damages repaired and have my property line fence reinstalled, which has been missing, which creates a hazard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Dretler. Thank you for your patience. 655 Alvarado is an extreme example of bad demolition code enforcement in San Francisco. The property owner and their agents have engaged in repeated actions where their behavior screams, "The rules don't apply to me." These actions include demolition without permit, overstating the size of the existing structure 300%, proposing a sham second housing unit, and undermining the foundations of neighboring homes. The overstatement of the existing structure by the property owner's agents has been called out in prior commission meetings. I don't understand why Director Ram and his staff allow bad data to undermine the commission decision process. A simple process improvement like requiring a licensed architect or structural engineer to attest to square footage of the existing structure when the existing structure square footage is represented to be greater than 110% of the square footage in the planning department database would end these misrepresentations. The planning department said the building at 655 Alvarado was removed without a permit and filed a complaint with the Department of Building Inspection. Someone in planning tried to do the right thing, and DBI should have issued a notice of violation for demolition without permit. The broader issue before the commission today is the message the commissioners want to send to property owners who participate in the San Francisco illegal construction lottery. This property owner knowingly chose to participate in the lottery and did not win the grand prize of completing their project before they were caught. Their grand prize was a structure 6 times greater than the existing 900 square foot structure. We are now in the lottery consolidation round, where their attorney attempts to negotiate an outcome other than the prescribed legal outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Dretler.
For an
Your
illegal
time is up.
demolition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Ms. Rom.
Good afternoon again, Ozzie Realm. I think the most compelling data that we saw was what was presented by Mr. O'Riordan here, the chart that showed that over 88% of the building was demolished. And of course, as Mr. O'Riordan reported today, it's actually more than 88%. It's close to 90%. So, and of course, there was no permit for it. There's no question this is an illegal demolition. And we are having a very simple ask from you, to ask to require the project sponsor to rebuild the building in the same state that they found it. In other words, it is not acceptable for us to see this project being built at 5,000 square feet. This is like this is the definition of chutzpah. You know, you do an illegal demolition and you come in and you say, okay, well, you know, I want to build to the max. And meanwhile, I'm just adding another unit, so let me go. This is not acceptable. So I just want to remind you that thankfully you did voted for similar projects, similar illegal demolitions in the past couple of months, 310 Montcal and 214 States. This is no different. So we're asking for a very simple thing. Tell them to go back and rebuild what they demolished, and not anything more. We're not going to settle for 5,500 square feet. This is ridiculous. And you know, we really would expect them to just go back to what they started off with. That's the right thing. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Werschel.
I'd also like to thank Inspector O'Riordan for getting here and providing that report. On behalf of the property owner at 661, I'll continue with the statement from our president at BIC. With regards to the permit filed in March 2017 to increase the basement by 200 square feet, the permit exceeded 200 square feet and did a lot more. The intent of the demolition was to show additional demolition above what was approved. That should be in the verbiage under description of the permit, not increase the size of the basement by 200 feet, modification of window door, talk about ratings and minor improvements to window size. There was obvious deceit and misrepresentation done in these plans. In addition to this, in Building Code 3307, it states there is an obligation on the project team or owner to inform adjacent neighbors when the excavation is proposed to adjacent properties. 661 confirms they had no such notification. I agree this is very similar to the Monticello, the Nutria House, the State Street House, where there is a complete failure of the professionals to act in a professional manner. To try to write this off to a contractor who's now defunct is responsible for everything, and they're bad, and oh, now we have to just build this thing, is not sending the message I think either your commission nor ours wants to send. We have it at code enforcement in an order of abatement, and we certainly urge you to do all remedies to the professionals and to these property owners to send as strong a message as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, all right, that's fine. Next speaker, please. Sir, you spoke as part of the project team, right?
Yeah, am I able to speak?
No.
Context regarding.
No.
Thank you.
They may have questions.
Mr. Buskovich. And if there's anybody else after Ms. Shudish, please.
This is my
line up.
neighbor's. I know her. She lives a couple hundred feet away from me. This is really kind of a sad situation, messed up, few other adjectives. In terms of what you do here, I think you can figure that out. Lessons learned, you know, simple lessons. You put stamps on the drawings saying what you're not supposed to do. When you get permits that are excessive, you're living on the edge, this is what happens. No one got hurt, but I see these projects all the time. There's no way that someone's not going to get hurt one of these days. Better coordination between building and planning on plan check, addendums, revisions, better dialogue between the building department and the contractor, but I'll explain that in a second. And when neighbors get undermined, these people's lives are going to be very hard to put back together. The real lessons, though, we got to rewrite the building code de facto demolition 103.6. We got to rewrite 317. And we keep talking about it, but we need to move on with that. We have to have a site visit by the building inspector before one piece of wood gets moved to verify the plans match what's there, and a dialogue of what you can't do, what you can't dig. If you're going to change something, you get a permit for it. A face-to-face conversation between the building inspector and the contractor, and better dialogue, which I think is now happening between Patrick O'Riordan, the building department, and planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shudish.
Hello, may I have the overhead, please? According to the PIM, this property, and I assume that's what they're paying their property taxes on, is, oh, did I bring the wrong paper? I did. It's 900 square feet. It's on the PIM at 900 square feet. So that's what I assume they're paying their property taxes on. Those expansion, if there was, maybe that was never done legally. I don't know. There's been actually, oh, thank you. There it is. See, right there. 900 square feet. Both neighbors have been damaged, 651, 661. I think what you need to do is what they want done. Whatever they want done is what needs to be happen. That's the best outcome, and that should happen. Whatever's built there shouldn't be built until they're made whole, until they're repaired, until they're fixed, because it's a terrible thing. I mean, the people who live there, the Kaplans, they wouldn't want it done to them. That should be the standard. There's actually been 10 demolitions that you've approved over the last 4 years. I thought it was 8. It's actually 10 in the RH2 in Noe Valley. This is the 11th. But if you approve this, it's already gone. So it's crazy. So I think you need to listen to the neighbors and what they want, and I think that's the only fair thing to do. And it's 900 square feet. And I want to thank Mr. O'Riordan and Jeff Horn, because this was something that no one should have to go through, least of all Mary and Mara. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners and to everyone. My name is Myra, and I'm the owner of 661 Alvarado Street. So what happened to our building was the subcontractor excavated beneath our foundation without telling us, until, of course, we start seeing cracks all around the house. But at this point, which is about 6 months off, we finally reached an agreement with them where we're going to finally hire someone to repair our foundation. I agree with Mary of 651 that if any site permit is to be issued to our neighbor 655, kindly issue that after the repair of our home, our foundations, 661 and 651. So my request is pretty simple. It's going to be aligned with Mary as well. Can I have an overhead, please? So the pink is my building outline. And of course, the rest is going to be the new building. I am requesting for setbacks and also no top floor, if it's possible. It's just going to be like 5 feet setback. This is their proposed plan. This is their original.
Just pull that mic over towards you, please, so we can hear you. That's all right.
So this is their previously existing here. This is our building, and we are just requesting for setbacks all the way up so that our eastern morning light is not going to be affected. And on top of that, we are also requesting for our fence to be fixed. Back in August last year, they removed our fence, our shed fence, and it has been like that for the past 1 year. So we appreciate if the project sponsor are willing to repair the fence that they remove without telling us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Richards.
Okay, so what I took from this was, from Mr. O'Riordan's presentation, work was done on the neighbor's property to shore it when they actually damaged it and hadn't told the neighbors or DBI. The owners hired design professionals. And can you put that slide back up, please, Mr. O'Riordan? What we expect of design professionals? Because, if I were a project sponsor and I hired an architect and a structural engineer and a contractor, my expectation would be that they'd behave in a professional manner, and I think you summed it up here. Could you go over this again, please? Thank you. Could you? So a code of professional ethics applies to all projects. The architect, the engineer, the contractor, and the subcontractors, of which there probably were some or should be some, have an obligation to ensure that approvals are followed. Architect submits plans based on what is reasonable to construct. Engineer consults with architect and vice versa to make sure the addenda are realistic based on the proposed project. Contract then follows approved permit documents. So I think that sums up pretty nicely what we should have been expecting from all these people that were working on this project. And Mr. Warshell, thank you very much, Mr. O'Riordan. You're a building inspection commissioner, and building inspection commission president McCarthy was quoted by one of the neighbors. Can you attest to the fact that what was actually how the hearing went?
Of course, that was an accurate statement.
Okay, and can you sum up what exactly the statement was about in so many words?
We felt that it was basically we were seeing outrageous behavior. There's no way that this can't be regarded as a total demolition, that you go from 30 to 44% approved and suddenly it's at 88% with no notifications is an outrage. The neighbors' properties were a very, very big part of our concerns. We share the concerns voiced by the neighbors that were testifying today, that their needs need to be addressed before anything else. Their properties have to be secured, and we have to be certain that we're looking out for their best interests going forward. Beyond that, there was a very significant discussion about this issue of the licensed professionals, that they have responsibilities. You can't have a treacherous lot like this with a huge drop-off and not have your engineer responsible. You can't have your architect not actively engaged in knowing what's going on and what's feasible. I don't disagree that we should have pre-site inspection on complicated things like this. It's one thing that we're advocating for from the commission. This is clearly a case where, when you look at the plans as submitted, there was misrepresentation, there was gross understatement of the scope of what they were going to try to do, and if this resulted in the fiasco that we've all now seen, there's ample reason to see how it came to be. There was misrepresentation, and the professionals were not living up to their conduct, and we're very serious about this. We know you will be as well, and that's why we're anxious to see it referred back to you.
Great, thank you. I mean, this is being portrayed as an honest mistake by the project sponsor's representative. I don't know what the intent was, but clearly the facts are the facts as presented by Mr. O'Riordan. We have an expectation of design professionals that they know what they're doing, they're licensed, they should know the code, they should know the building code. I think, if, I'm not giving legal advice here, but if there is any issue between the owner and their design professionals, that belongs in a court of law where they sue each other to figure out who's responsible for what. But what's before us today is a conditional use for approval of a project, the demolishing of a single-family home in Noe Valley. We've got precedent here. In the past on several projects, we said, we don't want the neighbors to have an empty lot or a hole in the ground for 5 years because, we don't want to subject that into that, even though the building code looks like that's what was called for. And I think as we did on 214 States on July 12th, as we did on 310 Montcalm on June 19th, the neighbors don't need to worry about having an empty lot here, because I moved to propose that we require construction of a building that's exactly as it was before the first building permit was ever pulled, including the repair to the neighbor's foundation, because that was an existing condition to remediate what the issue is to their properties. Also that a certificate of completion and final occupancy be issued so that the house that's being reconstructed is habitable and it's not a Potomkin house that looks like it did, but it doesn't actually serve as a house. And I'd like an informational from the enforcement team every 6 months on the progress on having this actually achieved.
Thank you. So one comment to that. This is an application, a permit for the subject property. We cannot condition that work be performed on other properties that are not the subject property. But I know that Department of Building Inspection will work with the adjacent property owners to ensure that the work is done. We can try to, if any phasing needs to be done in terms of the work, as on the adjacent properties as it relates to the subject property, we can coordinate with the various departments, but otherwise it's my understanding that we cannot require a condition that work be done on other properties that are not the subject property.
Understood. One other thing I'd like to at least recommend this commission do is that we send a letter to the Building Inspection Commission. I know President McCarthy had suggested this, that there is a sheet that's inserted in the set of plans where the design professionals sign it, saying that everything that's in the set of plans is true and correct, and that they're responsible for anything contained therein. As well, there should be something on roles and responsibilities, or what the rules are, that they should also sign, that they understand that. I know this may sound like third grade, but with something like that, it's pretty airtight when people sign what they're responsible for. It's like a CFO signing Sarbanes-Oxley that the financial statements in my company are true and correct. It's the CFO's responsibility, not the CEO's. I know there is legislation forthcoming from Supervisor Peskin on demolitions, and I don't want to get ahead of myself. I know it's been in the works now for several months, and I know if we make this decision today, and hopefully we do, we've got 3 projects under our belt that we've got the same outcome, where we basically see something that smells like a rat, and we ask to have it put back together. But I would hope that we could wait for Supervisor Peskin's legislation, but if that weren't to come, I suggest we explore a policy on these kinds of things when they come before us. So I have a motion to reconstruct the house as it was and have a CFCO issued.
All right, do you have comments, Commissioner Moore?
Yeah, I wanted to just basically support the assessment that Commissioner Richards presented. I believe that that is the only real honest way we have out of this dilemma, since we took similar stance on the two previous projects mentioned, that being Montcalm and State Street. I believe to be consistent with that message, this is the time to pursue that path. I would like to ask Mr. O'Riordan, who I thank very much for being here, as to whether or not there is any repercussion or with people's licensure when you see these people doing these kinds of things. I mean, this is basically the architect, the construction company, as well as the engineer. Somewhere along the way, I am also asking myself, what role did the client have to play in this? Sometimes, as you know, clients put extraordinary pressure on their professionals, and out of sight, out of mind, small project, large project, things happen without you all knowing, because many of those things are complaint-based, not because you were there all the time. It would be impossible to be there every week unless you believe that the professionals act in the parameters that you have established. What are the repercussions, if any, for the professionals?
Well, Commissioner, we do approximately 5,500 building inspections a month. These are licensed professionals. There's an expectation, and it's more than expectation. It's an obligation on their part to do the right thing, represent accurately what it is they're doing. And when it comes to the contractor, and I believe this may have a lot to do with this too, that when they identify something that's clearly beyond the scope of what they have in front of them, what's approved, they have to say, time out, let's get an inspector out here, let's get a correction notice. And, you know, I guess it was stated at this commission, I believe, in regards to State Street, that no contractor is going to do work that they think they might not get paid for. So, you know, there's a team effort here. There shouldn't be any pointing fingers. It's a design team. There's an architect. There's an engineer. There's a contractor. Things happen and changes have to be made, but they have to be made with, in a thoughtful way, with a revision being filed showing the necessary approvals for what needs to happen based on changes with structural. I mean, as Mr. Buskovich said, nobody wants to see workers working underneath a wall just because the wall we have to try and keep it in place for the purposes of calculations, knowing that the possibility of shoring that wall is not really there. It's very difficult. So my thoughts are that it's a team. These are all professionals. We do a lot of inspections. Hopefully we catch these things. And the start of work, we're instituting a process already for the start of work. We've made a request to our MIS people to provide us with a list of projects, because we know these are mostly vertical additions. People are adding stories and they have to add additional supporting walls and floors, etc. So the request is that we be provided with a weekly list of the projects that include criteria that involve vertical addition, more than $350,000 worth of work, so we can get ahead of these things and call up the contractor, get out there and try to figure out what they have on their drawings and what their intentions are in regard to the construction and what they might need to do. So we're trying to get ahead of it.
Thank you.
I still ultimately like to see that if there are repeat cases where particular professionals act outside these rules, that there is some call to state licensure to make a note that things aren't quite as clear to renew licensure. With structural engineers, it's a 4 or 5 year cycle or 3 year cycle. Architects, I think, is every year. I'm not quite sure what the cycles are.
I'm not sure either, but
yeah, but there is something like it. So I think it was noting.
Yep. Thank you. Commissioner Fong.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe someone can help me get a little better understanding. I'm supportive of the motion at the moment, and I think it's the right thing to do to put it back the way it was. I would like, though, some assurances for the neighbors, the neighboring neighbors, and to either they get some sort of settlement in place of what work is going to be done, or the work's actually done prior to beginning more excavation construction on this site. I'm not sure if that's within the Planning Commission's purview to mandate work on neighboring property. I think you stated it's not. But it would just be nice if this was in tandem in sequential order, and if we had any kind of teeth to making sure the neighbors got put back
We certainly share that concern as well. I know the Department of Building Inspection does as well, to make sure that the neighbors are essentially made whole through this, that their issues are resolved. However, it's my understanding we cannot condition resolution of issues on other properties or permitting on other properties with this. Then there's a civil matter between the property owner here and between the adjacent property owners that they need to resolve. And the adjacent property owners will need to seek and obtain permits to correct the violations that now exist on their property because of the project sponsor here.
But could we do an intent to approve that project, but continue it with the hope, until we see that the site conditions on the adjacent property and the property, I mean, there's clearly safety issues.
I think if you would like to continue this item to get more information from the parties as to what the status is, so to inform your decision, that is something that I think could be done. I don't know what the status is right now with the neighbors, but
right. But that to me is of tantamount importance too, is the neighbors, the condition of the neighbors' buildings and the safety issues that
right.
kind of implies.
And it's a little bit of chicken egg too, because if we continue it, that means we're not approving the project, and any kind of engineering work to the neighboring properties is a little bit of a guesswork of what we're going to approve.
Right.
So I like the idea, if we can, of the intent, assuming that settlement discussions are.
Can we ask the neighbors what they would, the two adjacent neighbors, kind of what they would prefer?
I can read you what the subcontractor, he said that he got the geotech report on Wednesday and is now and now my structural engineer can do the plans. I should have the plans in about 2 weeks. Next, the plans will be reviewed by the geotech and for him to write a letter stating it meets the design criteria. This should only take about a week. He's a little slow, and I'll push him. So in 3 weeks, I should have.
But just to cut to the chase, you're working with the
contract, the subcontractor that did the damage.
Yeah, to fix it.
Hired an attorney, and we did the hold harmless. Redid it, and we signed it. So he's going to repair the work.
All right. So are you confident they're going to do that, or?
I'm pretty confident.
Okay.
I believe in him that he's going to do it. But he said that it's going to take up to about 6 months.
Okay.
For it to be, finished.
Right. Because I think what Commissioner Fong is getting at, which I agree, is we want to make sure
Thank you. I appreciate
things are
that.
repaired before new construction is.
Yeah, and I'd like to have a
allowed.
fence too, because I'm really part of his construction site. Because there's no fence there.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear from your.
As for us, we have just signed the agreement with the subcontractor 2 days ago. So we are going to hire our own contractor to do the repair. So I guess I hope that it will be done within 3 months. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have anything further on that?
No, I'm not sure.
Since that goes with that to
Okay. Commissioner Johnson?
So I'll just share some general thoughts, and then I actually wanted to comment on this issue of just making sure that the work with the neighbors happens as well. So first, just upon preparing for this, Google has this nice feature where you can see time lapse of buildings, and I remember thinking, as I saw the time lapse to this moment, I think looking at this project, I think it's easy to blame or point fingers between the owner and the professionals, but I absolutely agree that I think everybody needs to be held accountable here. You can't do work and then ask for permission, especially when it's not only clear that lots of rules were broken, but a dangerous situation was provided. I think not wanting to have a vacant property or a hole in a neighborhood is no longer an excuse for approval. If you do illegal work, you're going to be held accountable for it. And so I enthusiastically support putting it back to its original state. But I also just want to ask whether or not, this will have to go back before DBI. Planning department will also have eyes on it. So it seems like, at least within our purview, is to direct the department and to recommend to DBI that the neighbors' work happens first before any additional permits are given to put the building back in place.
But then I would suggest we give an intent to approve this. We don't have plans before us that show kind of how they would rebuild the house. I mean, I'm not as concerned with the interior of the space that it be actually recreated to what it is, but the exterior volume be the same as it was, and ask them to come back with plans to us 4 months from now. But in that time frame, we expect work to be undertaken on the neighbor's property and to be fixed so that there's a site there that could actually accommodate that work. Fences are back, things are repaired, so that environment is safe enough to actually take on this project that we all kind of want to see happen on there.
The last thing I want is to kind of delay this and then give the project sponsor
right
more ammunition
no, I think
to,
we're
like,
of the
to
same,
stall,
yeah. Okay.
and
I think we get
Thank
it.
you.
We don't want them to stop, but they're going to have to draw they're going to have to come back and draw plans for what we're directing them to do. So that's going to take some time. We
Okay.
want them to continue with you and make those repairs. So I
That's
can go
great.
either way. Commissioner Richards.
Thank you.
I guess two things. First, I think we should condition our approval based on the work being completed on the neighbor's properties, I guess, for access. I think we can do that.
I think it was a request that it be prioritized so that work on adjacent property, but we cannot require.
Okay,
that
so let's request that it be prioritized sequentially appropriately. I also think we did on 214 States and 310 Montcalm, to put the property back the way it was based on when it was sold. I mean, we had real estate disclosure forms that showed the layout. I'm not saying what kind of finishes we need to have. They could be high-end finishes if they want. But, last thing I want to do is have a, sexy, glitzy interior with the dowdy exterior and have it be attractive. I mean, that's not a penalty. The penalty is put it back exactly the way it was. I'm not telling you have to have a granite countertop or a Formica countertop, but the floor plan should be the same. That's what exactly the way it was means. What was there. We approved that on 214. We approved that on 310 Montcalm. I don't know why we wouldn't approve that here. So just the floor plan the same.
What would be one comment and kind of response to President Hillis's idea of continuing it? I mean, at this point, we have this conditional use application. They have not even filed a building permit. So in terms of, certainly no one wants to delay this further, but I don't know that continuing it a few months would ultimately delay the project, given that at this point they have not even filed the building permit, is my understanding. So they could develop those plans. They could come back with the project that they want that responds to your decision, and they could put that forward as their response.
We can hope to see some progress on the new building.
So what you're saying then is maybe this is refining what we did on the last two, but we'd look at the cell paper to say living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, and we'd have an as used to be built and say this is what your project has to be. I mean, is that what you're saying?
Well, they would need to submit plans. Like, we're
Right,
approving
the
a project,
plans-
we don't
the-
have plans before us. So I think all we're saying is, I agree with you. I mean, I'm not necessarily in agreement that the interior has to look exactly the same. I don't necessarily care. I think the exterior, it's clearly going to be a new building on the exterior. They can't bring in the old, the siding and put it on.
Exactly.
So I think the volume is what's important, and whether they adjust some walls or not, I think it's fine. It's going to take them a couple months to develop those plans. It'd be good to have them come back and we hear some progress on. I don't see the harm in that, because it's going to take them that time. We hear some progress on the neighboring, because right now there's agreements, but nothing's happened. I think it's an incentive for them to get that work going. Commissioner Moore.
Let me just throw in the idea that once these people hear what this commission is saying, the delta between 5,000 square feet of what you were dreaming to get and what you're ultimately ending up with 900 may mean that they just basically sell the project and abandon it. That is the biggest likelihood, instead of spending additional money to design or over-design 900 square feet. There is not a hell of a lot, but we want the massing of that building to basically replicate of what was there. What they do in the inside, I couldn't care less.
Okay. So Jeff Horn, planning. I want to, because that comment was made earlier with the square footage. So that is from our property information map system. That gets purely just kind of the script that pulls it from the assessor's data.
Right.
It also says the year of construction is 1910. From my experience, I've noticed is when subsequent alterations get done to projects, those don't carry on to that raw assessor's data for some reason. And it usually I'm very confident that this house was not 900 square feet
The
before
assessor's
the
office
project
is-
started. And I do also want to note that conceptually, you do have what the building could look like before you. These plans do contain the existing conditions, including the floor plans, the sections, and the interior layout. So the conditions could read to build in
Yeah.
conformance to what the existing conditions of these plans dated to date say.
Let's just move it out of here. The existing.
There's similar to State Street.
Yeah.
A little,
But
just what you.
I think Commissioner Moore raised a good point. Like, again, we don't want to, you want something built. I think the neighbors want something built.
That
You know, if we-
expresses the spirit of what was there.
Yeah, if there's some weird layout that they've got to comply with that nobody's going to ever build or it's not going to be feasible, I don't think we care. At least I don't. So I think giving this a couple months, actually seeing plans, we'd report back on what the neighbor says, helps the neighbors. It doesn't hurt because it's going to take a couple months to develop these plans anyway. Commissioner Fong.
Okay, I think we're getting a little bit tired here, but what I understood the motion to be, Commissioner Richards, what I understood the motion to be was to build and replace by mass, not necessarily stick by stick. 'Cause
It was-
I now understand that was not your intent. I don't think, no offense to anybody, this is no architectural awards that we are going to win any awards that we want to rebuild again. And I think there probably could be a better living situation there, given the same amount of massing that was there before. And I'm a little concerned seeing the damage to next door, putting a much larger structure on that site, on that hill, with geotechnical already erosion there. So I'm supportive of Commissioner Moore's, I think, direction of taking the massing of the existing building house before, letting them go back and design to that. Now, we've believe it or not, have taken some step forward, even we maybe continue it. We've given them direction to build within a certain mass and let them come back with something and to be representative, though, of what was there, but not identical.
So I can live with that as long as it was, what we're constructing was legal and permitted.
Oh, absolutely.
Of course.
If somebody added 1,000 square feet on the back
It'd be-
illegally, that doesn't count.
it'd be
It's
a
really
modern
what
two-code-
the building
two-code
permit trail
structure.
says. I'm cool with that.
Well,
So
let's
I-
see that.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so
I don't need to.
Let's see
I don't
that.
need,
So essentially, you would have, I mean, you could make an intent or you can simply continue it, but the intent would be to approve the matter with conditions as amended to revert the massing back to its original form in
legal
some
form.
condition, right? And then continue it for whatever reason, or you can continue it and they have heard that, but, so, I mean, the intent of obviously is a little stronger.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not necessarily the original form, but it's the form, the
Well,
legal,
the
the legal
previous.
form when when the property was purchased.
right.
As Jeff pointed out, it might have been more than 900 square feet, which I don't think you would have a problem with, but
As long as it's legal.
as long as it's the legally
Yeah.
existing form at that time, right?
Yeah, yes.
Do the neighbors, do you want to make a comment on this? What's that? Ms. Shudish, are you representing the neighbors? But do you have Ms. Shudish, you understand this, do you want to,
I think there's already plans that exist and, whatever pre-existed, just go for it and, I mean,
we want to make sure what's there gets built, and.
what was there?
No, we want to make sure something gets built, the same massing.
Right,
So, and we want to make sure your property gets repaired.
right.
So we're just saying, we want to see that plan because that plan's not before us. So we want to see that. I get the plan of what it looked like before, or the interior, but it's not necessarily there.
I'd like you guys to make a ruling today, if at all possible.
I get what I think we're getting to the same place.
Okay.
I
You're
believe
getting
they
to,
will
but
be.
we're trying to
Okay,
help.
right.
We're trying to help and then hear it again from.
Okay.
To make sure they've got to draw plans anyway. I think what we don't want is them to say, you know what the planning commission said in kind of, are we saying build back the stucco frame with the tile?
It all
No,
states.
but I mean, I think we don't have the plans before us. That's why I support. Let's see the plans of the same massing in 2 months.
Commissioner, maybe I think there's a way to do where you could approve the same square footage with the condition that the plans come back to you.
Yeah.
So you could take an action today.
Yeah.
That's my point. You wouldn't have to defer the action.
Okay. I think that's reasonable.
What about the fact that I'd like it to be off my property line? I mean,
Well,
do I
that's a
have to, like,
different. That's then we're doing new plans. Then we're doing different plans. Those plans we don't have before us.
So what the commission is asking is that it be reverted back to the building as it was before they started any of this work. So at that time, was the area in question encroaching on your, 'cause they were doing a large expansion.
Well,
So
these are the facts that should be worked out, and they're not going to be worked out on this dais. So that's what I think
I'll amend
Director
my-
Ram had a good strategy.
Yeah, I'll amend my motion to say the exact massing. Light wells match up, the front and the back set, everything, as long as it's legal, they could do whatever, front, inside, good.
And we'd like to see those plans.
No.
But
Right.
at the same time, we'd like an update on where they are in fixing your building and putting back your fence.
so
All right, thank you. That's a motion. Commissioner Moore.
I personally believe that there is enough horsepower in planning as it is and DBI to let this happen based on what we're instructing them. We do not have to see the plans. There are more professionals here than we can throw a stick at.
We
They
could send
can
a memo to
basically
the
follow it, except adding more work for
That's
staff
fine.
and for the public.
That's fine.
I'm not saying we need
Is
to-
there a second to that motion?
Can we restate the motion? Commissioner Ram?
So I make a motion to
approve the demolition of conditional use
and put a building back in the same exact massing as the prior building, based on historical legal building permits.
Emphasis on legal.
What's that?
Emphasis on legal.
Legal building permits. Have a conditional certificate of completion and final occupancy be issued so that it's not a Potomkin house. It's a real legal house with running water and electricity.
I mean, that's
not just a
the-
massing building that we want to demolish in the next project. I mean, seriously, I want it to actually be somebody can buy it and live in it. So a CFCO. And every 6 months, we get a memo from staff on what that's going to look like, but every 6 months we get a progress report.
Well, I mean,
Well, let's just ask for one in the next
We
2
can
months.
just give you a permit with the revised,
Great.
a memo with the revised
Right,
plans,
exactly.
right? I don't
As
know
well
what
as
every-
update us on the repair
second
of
that.
the adjacent properties' foundations.
And sequence
In
it
that
correctly.
Right.
Intent to sequence it.
Right.
So the neighbors can fix their
Second.
properties.
I second that motion.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioners. There is a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions as have been amended to require that the building revert to its exact massing of the previous legal building and a CFCO be issued, and that a memo from staff updating the progress with the new plans be submitted to the Planning Commission.
And they work with plans, they
CC
work
to
with planning
DBI.
staff on the new plans as well as DBI.
On that motion, Commissioner Fong.
Was a CC to DBI, please, or BIC? Oh, I think so. The both.
Agree with
commissions
BIC,
have-
absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Commissioner-
our own website.
Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously,
All right,
6
thank
to
you.
0.
Meeting's adjourned.